Gavels are still going? Okay, we still don't, oh, there are no gavels here tonight, so I'm going to open tonight's meeting of the Hull Municipal Light Board for July 16th, starting now. I would like to do this is a call to order, and I want to do a roll call starting from my left with Stephanie.
Hi, Landry.
Okay, due to the air conditioners being on tonight, we're going to have to talk louder than normal.
Okay, Landry, present.
Okay.
Home present.
Burns, present.
Dan Chicarella, present.
Jake Valancourt, present.
Okay. There will also be some presentations made, so there might be some short recesses to relocate people so the presenters can have access to the communication links. So be aware there might be a short recess now and then. We have 2 minutes that need to be approved, July 4th and July 10th.
You mean June?
June 4th and June 10th. Thank you, Dan.
My pleasure. June 10th, if I may. June 10th was the combined meeting with the Board of Selectmen. I'll just move that we accept the minutes for June 4th. I wasn't at the June.
I haven't read them yet. I haven't finished them. I just got them.
Okay.
Did you not get the emails that I sent out earlier this week? I sent them to your town email and your personal email.
I've never used the town email.
Okay.
I always use Stephanie Landry at mahouse.gov for
That one bounces back.
ever. It shouldn't. I use it all the time. It's on my phone. That's why it's here, because I'm always at work when I get the information, and I usually get it the day of a meeting or sometimes the day before.
Okay.
So I've always used my work email.
I think we need to get all the commissioners set up with town email so that we can communicate, get on board. I know Mark doesn't have this, and the reason I say this, Chair, is we've received a couple complaints that the website doesn't list the emails for maybe any of us. I'm not sure.
Or
But
it would be helpful if we got our packet, like we usually used to get it, at least 2 days before a meeting so we could read it and review it. If you send it to the town email address, I'm at work. I don't access that while I'm at work.
I sent it Tuesday.
I received it.
Yep. And there was an update Wednesday because we made a change to the agenda and the presentation. But I still think that we need to get every commissioner set up with town email and it listed on the town website wherever it's supposed to be listed. Because we get that complaint every couple of months from ratepayers that they don't know how to contact the board.
Can that be done, Jen?
I believe every member of the board has a town email address assigned to them.
Right, we do. I've just never used it. I use my work email because that's where I am. Like I said, we used to get this packet Wednesday.
Yep, I sent it Tuesday.
No. I used to get it in print in an envelope delivered to us on Wednesday, so we had it to read before the meeting.
Okay. Do you need it in print?
I
or is
would
email?
prefer it in print.
Why, I'm sorry, did you point to me?
No, I'm saying I am not a mail delivery service, so I feel like I did a lot
I'm
to
not
get
asking
it.
you to deliver my mail.
Okay.
All I'm saying is, we used to get our packet in advance so we could read it ahead of time. When I come home from work on Wednesday night, my packet would be there. It was a convenience that they provided to us. And then I could look at it Wednesday night, the meeting was on Thursday. If it's not there and I don't see the email, I don't check I have a Comcast email account. I don't check that from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. I'm at work. I don't check my personal email at work. So there are times I forget to check it at night.
Well, I certainly understand that, but it's not Jake's fault for the fact that you
I
didn't
didn't
check.
say it was.
Oh, well, it sort of implied it, don't you think?
I didn't imply that at all. I'm just saying it would be convenient for me if my packet were provided a day ahead of time.
Is there any way that that can be accomplished? I mean,
Yeah, we can deliver, we just need to get the packets
all right,
And
as
it's
soon
a-
as possible.
okay.
And I can, Asenka,
Oksana,
Oksana, and so does Oksana know to send any emails to Stephanie?
yep, we have our house email address.
Okay. Hopefully this will be the last time, and if you don't get the information ahead of time, there's no way that you can distribute it,
Right.
and that's,
But
okay.
I've always used that email address, Jake. You're the only one who can't send me an email at that address. I get it from the light department, but not from you. So I don't know why
I don't
it's not
either.
working.
It bounced back when I used my town email, so I added your town email and your, was it Comcast?
Comcast.
Yeah, I added those two on the BCC, hoping at least one of them would work. Those other two don't bounce back, so I assume those actually go through. But yeah, I'm trying to get us information more than one day before. I'm trying to get it 2 days before to be, so we all have time to absorb whatever's going on and are informed.
Yep.
Well,
I'm going to second Dan's motion. He did make a motion to approve the June 4th minutes.
And I'll make a motion to approve the June 10th minutes.
I'll second Mark's motion.
Okay. Great. Meeting minutes for June 4th and June 10th been approved?
Nope, we got to vote.
I haven't read them. I haven't read them.
Okay.
So I'll abstain.
remember that small thing about
Yeah,
voting?
yeah. Gee. I think that'd be appropriate, because to ask you to read them right now would be,
Right, I'll just abstain.
okay. Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye, Cohen.
Aye, Burns,
Aye, Valencourt.
I to check all of this is for the June 4th ones.
June 4th.
Yep.
Okay. And for the June 10th,
Aye, Cohen.
aye, Burns,
I abstain. Chicarlo abstains.
Aye, Valencourt, and Stephanie, you abstain from both?
I guess you say.
Stephanie, I just want to make sure you abstain from both votes, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so the June 4th is 4 to 1 abstention, and June 10th is 3 with 2 abstentions. Okay.
Do you have a copy of the agenda?
Article,
Left mine at home.
item 3 is in reference to Article 40, Home Rule Petition, testimony for the board. Presentation to the full board of the draft testimony in support of Article 40, Home Rule Petition, prepared by the chair and the clerk at the board's direction. So, at our last meeting, or 2 meetings ago, I think, at
June 4th, yeah.
At the, yeah, the 4th.
Try shutting that off, 'cause it's not that hot out.
Can't hear you.
Okay, sure,
And it was fine last week at the
Is
board.
that fine?
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, it depends.
Oh, so much better.
If this is cool in here, then it should stay cooler.
If it's too hot for anybody, we start
Okay.
it. Thank you.
So we voted, I believe it was 4-1 to endorse Article 40, and then we directed the chair and the clerk to come up with the draft testimony that would accompany the vote to the state legislature.
I'd like to propose that we amend them per an email from Nick Scobo. Let me just, excuse me, let me read this out loud. So we'd strike the part where we contemplate his written analysis, and we would also strike the reference to him appearing to testify. As amended, the testimony would rely on the public record of our August 4th, 2025 televised meeting, which it already describes accurately. So those are the only edits I suggest we make.
And that testimony is also contained in the packet that,
Right. So where did we amend, Jake?
You see what paragraph, there's a bunch of them here.
Yeah, let me look at where it is. It would be, this is in bold, where it says the current provision is an anomaly that Hull's own counsel has examined in public, where we talk about, it is correct, actually. Scobo pointed out in his email that he, let me see what he said. He said he is counsel to the HMLP, not the board, and this accurately reflects that. It actually says counsel to the light plant.
So you're talking about, from that paragraph, the current provision, 4 down, 4 lines down, 5 down, 5.
Yeah, so where it says that he would appear, is what I said we would strike. So keep reading.
The sentence that begins, counsel to the light plant attorney Nicholas J. Scoble, Jr. of, et cetera.
Yes.
That's the sentence you're talking about. Okay.
Yep.
so the testimony goes on for nearly 4 pages. It gives a history of how we got here. It talks about Article 37, about the vote on Article 37. Talks about the vote from the Select Board on Article 37. And talk about Article 40 from the last meeting. It gives the town vote. We talk about the vote of the Select Board as well as the Light Board. It's relatively dry. I rather not read it because I think it would put most of us asleep. It deals with the significant and germane issues that we had talked about. And it's intended to transfer a narrative with our vote to the legislature.
Okay, but where's the second one you wanted to change, or what was that?
Let me go back to
What paragraph
that.
is that in?
The reference to plant counsel appearing to testify would be removed. Let's
Where
see.
is that?
Give me a second. Let me just open it up on here and search. Oh, it's in the requests. The very end. The board respectfully requests first the committee schedule a live public hearing. Yeah, so actually, it's already been struck in this. It says, so we just need that one amendment. Before it said that he would appear. It's already been struck. Now it just reads, at which the board and Hull residents stand ready to testify in person. Before it included our attorney. So it's been corrected already, so we only need the one amendment, sorry.
What, that Attorney Scoble was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I'll just read the last two paragraphs of this.
Sure.
The petition answers the concerns raised from the last session where the legislature had filed a petition as it would go to study. The prior version of the measure submitted to...
I'm sorry, where are you reading from?
Okay, I'm just reading the last two paragraphs.
Okay, so the one that begins, the petition answers the concerns raised last session?
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
The petition now before the committee is not a resubmission, it was redrafted to be complete and exact. It identifies the precise charter provision to be stricken. It also sets out the full text of the proposed act. It proceeds on the express authorization and vote of the select board, and it permits clerical and editorial changes to the form so that any technical perfection the committee requires can be accomplished without returning to town meeting. Massachusetts law required none of this. A town may lawfully petition on the scope of the objective alone, leaving the drafting to the general court. It cites some cases from the town of Wellesley and Peabody. Hull chose instead to remove every doubt of section 2 and 3 stated earlier, speak directly to the employment and continuity questions. Collective bargaining agreements, civil service requirements are honored, and expressly any section 3 states verbatim that nothing in this act shall be construed to impair existing law, contracts, obligations, or collective bargaining agreements on the municipal light plant. This is a question of structure, not of personalities. The petition passes no judgment on current or past office holders. Office holders change. The structure for which Hull governs an essential public utility will outlast them all. The question before the general court is whether the ratepayers will fund the plant. Who elects the board should hold the direct line of accountability that Chapter 164 has already contemplated. Hull voters have answered that question twice. The request is that the board respectfully request that first the committee schedule a live public hearing on the petition at which the board of Hull residents, the board and the Hull residents stand ready to testify in person and send the committee further reports to the bill's favorability. We will promptly provide any further information the committee or staff may require, respectfully submitted on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, that's us, pursuant to a vote on July 16th, 2026 by the chair, Tom Burns, and the clerk, Jacob Ballancourt. So I'll be looking for a motion from the board to...
I move that we approve the board's testimony as its majority position and authorize the clerk to transmit it to the legislature.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. So the motion has been introduced and second. Any further discussion? Not hearing any further discussion, I Call for a vote. Stephanie,
Nay, Landry.
Icon.
Aye, Burns.
Aye, Chicarello.
Aye, Valencourt.
It passes 4 in favor, 1 against. Thank you. Item 4 on the agenda is the manager's report. The manager's, the generators, runtime conditions, upgrades, cost estimates.
I have a presentation for that.
Okay. Mike Schmidt, Operations Manager.
Thank you, Tom. All right, winter generator rental update. Figured I'd start with kind of an overview on what we're talking about here, because there is some confusion. What are the winter generators? So 12 megawatts of diesel generation rented annually December 1 to April 1, and that provides town-wide emergency backup power. As everyone knows, deployed at the Rockland House Road DCR parking lot. What's up? Primary purpose, it's activated during long duration national grid outages, typically longer than 6 hours. What does that mean? If we have an outage on the national grid lines that seems like it will only be an hour, 2 hours, we wouldn't start the generators. Just the amount of time that it takes to isolate us from national grid system, put the generators on, put them online, take them off. It's just, if it's a short outage, they wouldn't be utilized. Can only be used when both national grid circuits are out. If we have one line out of 2, we can't use the generators. We can always tie our system together if we have 1 out of 2 lines. This allows residents to shelter in place safely during winter storms. The picture on the screen, if you can see it, that was April 13th, 2020. That's Hobart Street in Hingham, so just outside the Hingham dump. That was a 13-hour outage. So you can see it's a large white pine that came across both circuits and broke cross arms and took the wires down. So an outage like that, the generators would be utilized. Unfortunately, April 13th, that would have been right after the generators are here. How it works. Generators can take up to 4 hours to start and come online, weather dependent. And that's important because if we have a storm like we did in February with almost 3 feet of snow and 60 to 70 mile an hour gusts, our first mission during that storm is to essentially take care of down lines and make everything safe. So if we have multiple down lines throughout town, that's the priority. It won't be getting the generators going. Safety is obviously first. Like I said before, cannot be utilized if only one national grid line is out. Once online, they feed power into the HMLP distribution system, and it supports critical infrastructure and residential needs. This is Gosnold Street. This was during the February 23rd storm of this year. So that tree took down primary, almost took down one of our poles that feeds down by the dump. And that, those are outages that would be responding to before putting the generators online. Program history. It's all started during the COVID-19, and it was an idea that came about to essentially allow people to shelter in place during winter outages because the town could not open a shelter. First went into service December 2020, and they've been in service every winter since 2020. You can see this is a picture of the Rockland House Street DCR parking lot. This is when we first installed the poles 6 years Operational history. Generators have been put online twice during the 6 winter seasons. December 23rd, 2022. That was a tree on both circuits near East Street and Hingham, just off 228. And those generators ran for 3 hours. January 19th, 2026, this past winter, a tree on both circuits on Hobart Street and Hingham. Again, that's one of our trouble areas. And that was a 4-hour run. So you can see the damage. Large branch came down and basically snapped the phases. So easily accessible for National Grid. What takes the longest time during the outage is basically to isolate the lines, ground them, switch them out. To do that repair would be less than an hour for National Grid. And then it's, once the lines are back together, they test, they take the grounds off, and they put them back into service. Cost summary. So average annual cost over the 6 seasons, $850,000. The total cost since 2020, we're getting close to $5 million. And 26, 27, we're looking at costs of $1.3 million. That's due to additional equipment, and the demand for this size generators has skyrocketed due to data centers. So this size generator, 2 megawatt unit, will travel to where they need power at a data center because they can't connect data centers quick enough. So they're having to bring in emergency diesel generation just to be able to start the data centers up. And then these generators are funded through ratepayer surcharges. So it's probably printed out sheets for the board. Probably easiest to look on your sheet.
Is it all right to ask a quick question?
Sure.
Can you explain to us why it is not allowed or not feasible to run the generators if only one of the 2 National Grid feeder lines is down or out?
Yep.
Because I think that was the scenario we had in this year's
Correct.
blizzard.
So if we have one of 2 lines, we can close a tie switch on our system, and that will power the entire town. The reason we didn't obviously take the town down and start the generators is because there was damage on our system. We couldn't close that tie internally and pick up the other circuit because there was damage on our system.
Damage
That makes
inside
sense.
the town.
Within Hull, correct. Yep.
If it was not inside the town, then it would be a different story.
Yeah, if we had lost both lines outside of town, then the generators would have started. But they could only pick up, one of the circuits because there was still damage on the other circuit.
Thank you.
Okay. So this is 26, 27 proposed pricing. So you can see the increases if you kind of flip back and forth. Then the first sheet is what we paid in 25, 26, so this last season. So you can see the 2 megawatt generator per month was $21,000. It's proposed for this year, $36,000. So it's gone up, what? $15,000? $15,000 per unit per month. Transformers have gone up from 5,200 to 7,500 per unit per month. The third line on 26, 27 is a load bank, and that's something that I recommend that we do. When we test the generators every other week, we have to do an unloaded test, and it's really not testing what the generators can do. The only time we test them under load is when we do the blackout test, usually in December, and that's extremely difficult to schedule, and we can only really test them for a half an hour. So this load bank would allow us to do a loaded test every 2 weeks when we start the generators. So it'd give Milton Cat the time they need to tune the generators to make sure that when we do have a run, they're ready to go.
So this would eliminate any
This would,
outages?
correct, this would eliminate the need to do the blackout test.
And would the load bank stay the whole time the generators are there?
Yep. So that's why we'd rent it. It's $16,000 per month, so for the 4 months. And then that would also require an additional transformer, so that's why we have 7 transformers instead of 6. Cables obviously went up from 55 to 75.
I think that's important to note, though, that it takes 156 cables.
Yeah.
So it might sound like not a big difference, but
No, it's a huge undertaking.
that adds up.
156.
So obviously with the increased costs, we're gonna see an increased monthly fee. So previously, last year, residential customers paid $10.43 per month for 12 months. This year, we're looking at $17.60 per month for 12 months.
17 what?
$17.60.
Can you explain what the project charge per month is?
So the project charge per month is just for the generators. So that $17.60 is paid for 12 months
Oh, it's here.
to cover the 4-month rental.
Then you amortize that over 12 months, and that's where you get the 9/11.
No, the 9/11 is what every residential customer pays as the customer charge,
The service charge.
service charge, customer charge. So if the generators were to end, that $9.11 is what the customers would pay every month. That $10.43 that they're paying now would essentially go away. If they're to be renewed, the charge would be $17.60 per month in addition to the $9.11.
So $28 a month going forward, combining?
So the total would be
those?
$26.71. So the generators essentially would cost a residential customer $211.20 a year. And obviously it's different for the different rates, so small power, they would pay $22.45, large power, $204.57, municipal $14.63, and temp power. And those are, it's just a ratio of what they currently pay now.
What is the standard charge? Does that exist whether there are generators or not?
Yep, that's the customer charge.
Okay. Haven't looked at my bill in a while, I just pay it, but is it a line item on the
Yep.
bill that's separate, or is
So
it
that's
one-
essentially the minimum bill. If you have no usage, you pay $9.11 a month.
Right, so that's there whether we have generators or not.
Correct.
And there'd be a separate line item that we call project charge or generator charge.
Yep.
The $17.60, which right now is $10.43.
Yep.
And if we do approve this, this new charge, when does it start showing up on the bill?
So it would start, I believe it's the September billing.
September?
Yep. With this, I'll wrap up the presentation. So obviously benefits the community, prevents long duration outages during major winter storms, enables residents to safely shelter in place, protects vulnerable populations, elderly, medically dependent, maintains critical town services, water, heat, medical facilities, and proven reliability over 6 winter seasons. Challenges and limitations, startup time can take up to 4 hours depending on weather. Only available when both National Grid feeds are lost. Significant annual rental expense. Blackout test is inconvenient and difficult to schedule. And obviously the last one is, over the past 6 seasons, we've only used the generators twice, once for 3 hours, once for 4 hours. And I guess the good news out of this is we have seen National Grid do significant tree removals, tree trimming, and some hardware upgrades, very limited, but they have replaced some cross arms and insulators within the last 6 months.
So what is the total charge been? I know you get a lot of different numbers here. What have we paid for that 7 hours of service?
So So we're getting close to $5 million. It's like 4.8 million.
5.8 million for 7 hours.
4.8, yeah.
4.8 for 7 hours.
I'm going to ask the board first before I can ask any questions in the audience,
Yeah,
or from the ratepayers.
I'd like to know if the assistant operations manager, the operations manager, or the light plant manager has an opinion on whether or not the generators are necessary or recommended anymore. I understand, so I'll just say this publicly. Tom and I don't know, if March, April, I forget exactly when, but we went with the operations manager and the assistant operations manager, and we spent a half a day walking the lines, looking at everything, and we saw from previous photos to, springtime this year that National Grid has done a lot of tree trimming work. I don't know what else work they've done on the lines themselves, but we saw the tree trimming work and how the risk appears to have changed from 2020 when that work hadn't been done yet. But given what we saw, what we know, is the recommendation still there to keep the generators, or is the recommendation that they're not necessary anymore? And I'll add to this, my understanding some time ago was there was the DPU, there was a lawsuit where Hull might have had a reason even beyond COVID for keeping generators, and my understanding is that lawsuit is gone, so the opportunity to try to recover any fund or any money spent on the generators from National Grid doesn't exist anymore. So given all that, is there a recommendation or an opinion on the operational need for this?
I mean, as the operations manager, my job is to make whatever you want, we'll make it happen. Whether you want the generators, we'll make it happen. When this was given to us, I think it was the summer of 2020. Within 4 or 5 months, we had secured the generators, set the poles, come up with a plan, and put them into service. I think it's more of a policy decision. If you go back to one of these slides, if you look at Hobart Street in Hingham, any one of those 120-foot pines can come down in a winter storm and take out the lines. It's a gamble. We've been lucky. What's next year gonna do? It's tough to make that decision.
And I concur with Mike. I think Mike did an excellent job of presenting the board with both the benefits and the pros and cons of having the generators. I think it's really a question for the board and the community. What do you think the ratepayers want or expect? To continue the generators or to not?
Well, you started. Let me jump over to Stephanie.
I would suggest perhaps we do another survey, at least get input from the ratepayers. That'll give us a starting point anyway to see what they're the ones that are going to be paying for the bulk of it.
Oh, yeah. They pay for all
I
of it.
think we should get input from them.
When was the last survey about generators?
Wasn't it last year?
I don't know. Was it
think it was.
2024?
I think it was last year, and I think it was like 75, 78% said yes. So we went with doing them again.
Well,
I also think there's new information that the ratepayers should be presented with ahead, given time to digest.
Do we know other utilities, what their downtime is?
I can tell you during the
Let's just
February
say,
storm.
Let's just say we take another utility that's, out there, another municipal light.
Yep.
How often are they down in a period of 6 years? Are they down more than 7 hours?
I don't think it's fair to compare municipal light plants. I mean, I'm in National Grid territory.
Right.
I know during the February storm, Marshfield, Situate, they were out for almost 7 days. We, had a circuit out for about 6 to 7 hours.
Yeah, I've heard that, people are concerned about individuals that are on you know, some sort of life support machines that they have to have electricity. But there's also people on life support machines in these other utilities that have to be on life support machines. And how do they justify it versus us justifying it?
Yeah, I mean, we're in much better shape than surrounding towns. I mean, with the exception of Hingham, which is a municipal aid plant, but Cohasset, Situate, Marshfield, I mean, we're taking the brunt of these winter storms, and our system is just far superior to any other investor-owned utilities system.
Is there any, pardon me if I may, is there any other alternative other than the reliance on the activity of National Grid? I mean, couldn't you think of any other alternative other than getting these generators?
So we're looking at alternate feeds. I mean, it's not something that's going to happen this year,
Yeah.
you know, but it's in the works. It will happen, but it's going to take time.
Are those alternatives cheaper?
I mean, if you're paying, you know, over $1 million a year, then eventually, yes.
I mean, to me, I mean, you hit right on the head for me. It's like, you know, an increase of $10 to 17 is quite a big jump from 860,000 or thereabouts to 1.3 million or almost 1.4 million. That's a significant amount. That's almost, I mean, that's more than 50% increase. Do you think that the competition for these things is going to be pretty much, there's going to be strong competition for these generators in the next foreseeable future?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I was talking with Milton Cat, and they can't even build them fast enough for the demand.
Yeah. Can we build them? Anyway.
That would be nice.
Build batteries.
Yeah.
Build batteries.
I have a question.
And it's just going to be with the board initially, and I'm not going to take any questions.
Well, that's my concern, is that it's a big increase,
Right.
not only individually, but also
Sure.
collectively. And it really concerns me a lot more than.
But I think if we did the survey, we should put that.
But do we have time for the survey?
The increases. This is what it costs now, this is what it will cost. Do you want to take that gamble? At least they'll have all the information.
I appreciate that.
So typically, we need to have a decision by August.
By
To
August.
be able to
Right.
change the rates, whether they come or go, and then also to be able to secure the generators for the
Right.
winter.
Do you think we could get a survey by then?
Even last year, they came from all over the country. We had units from Michigan, Texas, so.
Can we get a survey in the bills by then? How quickly can we throw one in?
It's tricky. The bill is, you know, it's split for the month. It was quite the undertaking last time.
Yeah, I think before we get to the survey end of it, which frankly wasn't scientific, okay, it was, which I think is very important if you're going to do a survey, because it could be highly skewed to a certain bias and thereby really affect the results of the survey. I'm also not in favor of governing by survey, where we would ask the ratepayers, well, what do you think about this item? We're elected to make decisions. Sometimes they're easy, sometimes they're not quite as easy. This decision here is costing us quite a bit of money, costing Hull Municipal Light and the ratepayers a significant amount of the revenue. Just not to interrupt what you guys were saying, but if we do another feeder line, that's going to be significant cost. That could be in the $5 to $10 million range. That will produce some hardware that we can count on for hopefully the next 60 to 70 years. What we have here is gone. You know, it's $5 million, and we have 7 hours of usage. and very episodic usage. Well, I'm not gonna, I'll talk in a minute, but I'm not keen on doing another survey because the survey wasn't scientific. As Jen indicated, there are things that have happened, Mike brought up things that have happened since the survey. And I think, well, anyways, that's.
Well, just, if you just, just for a second, I just want, I agree with you. I think that, I think that's why we got elected, to make these, it's a tough decision to make, cost versus security. So I agree that, especially since it doesn't look like we have enough time to do it, but I do think that, I agree with you that that's why we're elected, and we sink or swim with our decisions.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'd like to, it's my fault, right? I gave the board this idea in August 2020 when the town was really anxious and uncomfortable with the long, like 2 or 3 day power outage event we had that summer. I forget exactly how many days, but it was, oh my gosh, COVID just started. Wintertime, how are we gonna navigate this? So think of it like fire or police, like emergency response, right? We needed a plan, and this was the plan that we collectively came up with, and the light plant implemented it, and I think that it was absolutely the right move at the time. I have no regrets as a commissioner ever voting for it. Situation's changed. We're not in a virus or viral pandemic right now. You know, so this started in one circumstance, and the circumstance that exists now is different. And like fire and police, you pay for it all the time, but you don't need it all the time. But it needs to be there if you want to have it. If you don't pay for it all the time, then you don't have it when you need it. This is, I think, a bit different now. It's not quite like there's an emergency that necessarily calls for it. So I'm not saying get rid of the generators or get them, but the calculus has changed, the justification's changed, the situation's changed. We shouldn't have this binary thinking of yes or no. I think it's an evaluation of what's in front of us. But, and we talk, Mark, you've mentioned it, and Tom, you mentioned it too, 7 hours of runtime, $4.8 million. There could be an outage that's 36 hours long next winter, and it runs for 30 hours. And now, you know, when you have more hours to divide it by, that cost can really fluctuate. What I would suggest is, although valid, I think that number is sort of like saying, well, my house didn't catch on fire, so I wish I didn't have to pay for the fire department for a year. That's not really how I think this works. I think it's better to look at, and I don't know this number, but what is our average residential ratepayer monthly bill? And this number of $211.20, is that more or less than their average monthly bill? Basically, if we do this, does that mean they're now paying for 13 months but only get 12 months? But for that 4 months they have the generators, or is it even more? I think our bill is around 150, 160. Yeah, okay, so this is more than an entire month's worth of service for something that they may not even need. I think that's the way to think about it.
And the other thing is, a lot of people have generators now, so not the whole population. You can't look at the whole 5,000 people, because
Sure.
I don't know how many have generators, do you?
I think over 10% of our ratepayers have tied-in generators, in addition to many other people having small Honda generators and, yeah, so, but I believe there's at least 10% that are hooked into our grid.
If I may, it's just, you know, it's always, you're always thinking about when you have insurance, a car insurance. Well, the good news is you didn't have an accident. If you're worried about the costs, the bad news is you didn't have an accident. So which one are you going to pick? I mean, yeah, we're paying this and we only had it down for what did you say, 3 hours?
7 hours total.
7 hours. I mean, well, okay, I was thinking of last winter. Well, the good news is there's only 7 hours, right? The bad news is there's only 7 hours. And we spent a couple million for 7 hours. But which one do you want to pick? The good news or the bad news?
I want to touch upon what Jake just said about how it got initiated in 2020, summer of 2020. And the way COVID kind of hit the whole country. At a certain time, things shut down. I was scared. I think many people were actively, terrified and frightened. People were dying all over. There was no vaccine. That was horrendous. And the reason, as you pointed out, we could not shelter. We needed shelter in place because we couldn't go to the high school. We couldn't go to the middle school. The vaccine came in about, 10 months later. Then we had another year of the generators. I thought with you that was and I would vote for that again. The second year, the vaccine came in. It was productive. The deaths declined, and the generators became, in my opinion, more of a nice backup convenience. It wasn't that life safety issue that it got established on, and that was no longer gone. Now it was just convenient backup power if ever needed during the wintertime, which I do not know of any municipality or power company that supply emergency backup power to their ratepayers. It's convenient, and I think that's how this has come, but
Yeah, I will say, our standard non-emergency terms of service don't say anything about guaranteed power or uptime. I think we actually have language in our standard terms that make it very clear if there's an outage that's beyond our, we'll respond to outages and emergencies appropriately, but we don't make any guarantee, and I don't think any light plant in the Commonwealth makes any guarantee.
there should be a reasonable expectation that we will be without power.
Yeah.
During the winter.
And we went above and beyond during the pandemic, so I think that's
So it's sort of
well
like
understood why we got there.
Sort of like the Union Turkey, right? They started giving Union turkeys out at Thanksgiving, and then all of a sudden they did it so long, everybody expected a Christmas turkey or a Thanksgiving turkey.
Well,
Yeah.
and an important item, a new consideration is that even with the generators, we could have an internal problem with our grid that we've had complaints like, why aren't the generators on? Well, there was a pole down in Newport Ave. Until that gets fixed, we can't even think about turning the generators on. So there's this false sense of security or guarantee that we're going to have if we have to turn on the generators, that that they're not necessarily going to do what we want them to do, what we anticipate them to be doing.
It's a temporary setup, so there is the possibility that when we go to turn the generators on, something happens, they don't work. I mean, both Dan and I come from the nuclear power industry where you have a backup to everything, and sometimes still that doesn't work. So, I mean, we have generators that are outside, control cables between them, during winter storms. It's a tricky piece of equipment to operate, complex, and there's a lot that goes into it.
I just think it's a tough decision because you're not going to win either way. And that's kind of like when you fire somebody because you don't need them. And then 6 months later, you got more business, you know what to do, and then you want to hire the guy back. I mean, you have to make a decision sometimes, and they're not easy. But a decision, is a decision.
Why don't you,
Okay, I'm going to go on and I want to give National Grid some credit here, that we had asked them to do some line clearing to look at the rights of way. It's hard to say whether there's a causal effect in that, but 2.5 years ago, please, okay, I will notice you, okay. 2.5 years ago, there was a major outage along the whole South Coast, from Plymouth, Duxbury, Marshfield, Situate, Hingham, Cohasset, except for Hull. And they were down for a day or 2, 3, I think you even said maybe 4 days. Now, this isn't just the recent one. We didn't have any outages. I think that's a real point to look at, that we didn't even use the generators. You know, it would have been, you know, in a way, in the back of my mind, I said, wow, this would be a great time if the generators had clicked on, but we never had to use them. The fact that we don't have the fact that we changed our legal position against National Grid and to withdraw our case against them is a real indication that our case is no longer as strong as it was before. And we've decided to back away from legal actions because we can't substantiate the use of the generators. Even the DPU said that we could have an outage in wintertime, but that would be considered a, quote, normal outage. If the outage happened during the summertime, no clouds in the air, no storm issues, those kinds of outages would weigh heavily against National Grid. So even if there is an outage, we can't say, you see, National Grid, you're messing up here, and you should have done the right thing, because they would be qualified to have an outage of that category.
Yeah, they're exempt, during certain storms, they'll exempt outages. And then during, obviously, blue sky days, if there's outages, that's what really shocks them.
To do the hardening connection, nearly $200,000. We're upping the cost on generators by 70, 80%. Significant cost. Outages aren't occurring. I think the survey gave us some feedback, and I think we worked off that, and we continued the generators for several years after that, based upon the survey. And many people might think, $11 or $12 or even $17, no big deal. A lot of, but many people say that's a lot of money. It's, like you said, it's a whole nother month.
Well, it's 1.4 extra months, so it's almost a month and a half of service that you don't get in terms of cost.
So there is a convenience factor. We aren't here to supply uninterrupted power. That's not our charge. It's great if we can do that, but that's not our mission.
Okay, you talked about mission, and I've been on the Light Board since 2020, and I view my role as looking out for the ratepayer, what's in the best interest of the ratepayer, not just the best interest of the ratepayer, the world according to Jake in the role of a Light Board commissioner is also delivering the best value to the ratepayer. That doesn't mean the lowest price, and obviously doesn't mean the highest price, but best value. And I think best value, when we started this, heck yeah, we delivered best value. We went above and beyond and figured it out and delivered a level of reliability that most couldn't even fathom. But now I think the circumstance changed sufficiently that this may no longer be best value. So that I'm conflicted. I want the generators. I want the benefit of it, just like the fire and police, or you mentioned car insurance. But at the same time, with our new situation and where we are today, I don't think that it's delivering the best value for the current circumstance. So I just wanted to say that.
Am I correct that it takes like 4 or 5 hours to bring it up?
It depends. I mean, if it's a blue sky day and we have a tree come down, we're all on site, it could be a half hour. If it's blowing
By the time you get somebody there.
Right,
to
if it's
fire
after
up,
hours, if it's, nasty conditions, whereas we're delayed in finding where the issue is. We're, delayed hearing back from National Grid. It could take 4 hours, yeah. If we have issues on our system that we have to deal with first, absolutely.
Why do you think that Hull didn't suffer the same fate that Situate and Cohasset and all these other places, Marshfield, during that storm?
Dumb luck. I mean, it's
I'm sorry,
dumb luck.
dumb luck.
I mean, you could have any of those trees come down and take everything out. When I drove it during...
It wasn't our superior maintenance or anything like that. Okay.
I mean, tree trimming, tree removals, that's 95% of it.
Okay.
They can't clear cut Hobart Street. I drove it after that storm and the lines were up, but there were branches all over the place. All it takes is one of those branches to get across the 2 phases and that circuit's out. It's a quick repair, but...
Because it's right next to Hobart Street.
Right.
But when we walked the whole feeder line, the trees were cut further back. I did not really see any trees towering over any of the lines. Here, I don't know if these are protected trees or part of a conservation district.
Yeah, it's part of, I forgot what the name of the forest is. Yeah, Moore Brewer Park, yeah.
So,
There's parks on either side of that road, so.
yeah, so it's not like we're going to clear cut this. I don't think that's going to happen. The real advantage of this, that if it did happen, you're right on the road and you don't have to bushwhack your way back to half a mile of swampy, frozen area. Okay. I'm going to recognize Pat Cannon.
Thank you. I'd like to just remind the board that the lines that we're talking about there put us in this peril from time to time. Or the reason that you're all having this discussion tonight is they're 93 years old. They are bare copper. The standard for today, if that was built today, would be all covered conductors that can withstand substantial sized limbs falling on them, would either fall away or they would just hang on them. And they wouldn't do the damage that this does with bare copper conductors. The issue of whether we do it or not, it's gone dramatically expensive. I can agree with you there. However, $17, $211 for a year, what is that worth to someone losing a freezer full of food, frozen pipes, any of that stuff? We're 45% elderly in the town that may or may not have people that they can go to in a snowstorm or whatever. I agree with Mike. I understand that the first priority is that you would have to repair your internal system. The chances of us doing that quickly are usually pretty good because Mike and company takes good care of it, and we don't have long internal outages. That was an anomaly that happened down on Newport Road, but they were able to clear it in a reasonable amount of time. The fact that only one line was down, yes, that's a problem. But the idea is that the likelihood of things continuing to happen with 93-year-old bare copper is highly, highly more likely than in many other parts of the state that have covered conductor. There was just recently something advertised, I can't cite exactly where it was, but National Grid just recently agreed to reconductor. I think there were 8 or 10 community feeders, and I wish I could remember exactly where they were. But all lines like the ones that we have, unfortunately, we weren't on the list for whatever reason. So I agree with you that it's a difficult decision, and what's best for the ratepayer. I think that from what I've always heard is that people out there are very, very thankful that the Light Board did do that over the years. And I think until such time that we get some action one way or the other, to get a third feeder line is probably the most likely possibility, because we're not going to get National Grid to change their their lines, unless magically someone decides that, oh, this is a good idea. But that bare copper is what's killing us. And I think Mike would concur with that. And plus, those lines have been broken so many times, there's splices on top of splices. And, you know, you can talk about all you want in the sense that I didn't see any lines hanging over or anything like that. The chances are just so likely that it will happen. The chances that our internal parts are going to fall apart, I think that's far less likely, and it's a rarity. We get, you know, in 45 minutes, you get a trouble guy to go out there and handle it. The smart meters are doing a wonderful job of that. I'm doing work during the day, and I pull a meter. 15 minutes later, Andrew's coming up, and because the smart meters told him that somebody's tampering with a meter. Someone comes over and says, oh, what's going on here? So they're working in that regard for investments that the light department has made over time. Gives you a lot of information. But the information you need right now is 93 years old, and something needs to be done about it. Probably not going to happen on National Grid side. The third feeder line, I'm glad to hear that people are talking about that and trying to concentrate their efforts on that. The generator, bigger decision, but not abominable. Sorry about that. At any rate, I think people would still appreciate it.
Okay. I'm gonna, TJ?
JD Kaplan, Clean Energy and Climate Action Committee. Couple of quick notes. One thing, there was a section of in addition to the minor upgrades you mentioned, and the tree cutting, of course, there's a section that was raised or lifted, and I think that may have happened maybe just like the year after we first laid down the lawsuit. It was like 2021 or so. Section behind of our feeder lines behind Hingham High School, where the poles were lifted so that, you know, the line is higher than tree line possibly. That might have helped. You know, that might have added to the double up that you were saying earlier. You know, that doesn't harden the lines. It certainly doesn't overcome the bare copper problem. But so that, and then my question stems from, you know, history. Before the pandemic, there was at least one power outage that lasted more than 2 days, if I remember right. Given the other changes than our generator fix, what do you suspect might be the longest time that we could be without power should the board decide not to implement the generator scheme this year?
I mean, that's tricky to say. Some of the inaccessible areas, you know, between Main Street, Union Street to Levitt Street, you know, if a tree was to go down there, you know, it's difficult to access. National Grid has been good during these larger storms. They stage crews in Weymouth or Hanover that have the equipment that if they had to go down the right of way, they're available.
And that's different from before?
Yes. Yeah. So I think after those large outages, you know, they knew, you know, with the lawsuit that was going on, they had to have, you know, quicker reaction. They had to do better upkeep, and that's when they did, you know, major cutbacks, major trimming. They just did another round of tree trimming this past winter. So, I mean, that's what it comes down to is the trees.
Right.
And again, it's a gamble. You know.
Okay, so you foresee still a possibility, given like worst disaster scenario of 2-3 day outages, or not?
I mean, it's still possible.
I mean, I know
it's
that,
possible in the summer when you get, you know, nasty wind storms, lightning storms. You could have something roar through and, you know, take down 3 or 4 poles. It's always possible, but
possibility.
It's New England. You know.
Sure, and I recognize that like a wink in the wrong direction for me is going to seem like a guarantee to somebody, but I think it might be less likely nowadays. It's kind of why I asked, but that's still just probabilities. So.
Okay. Is that Denise?
Question.
And
Hingham is.
if you could just identify yourself.
55th Street, sorry, Denise Fisher. Hingham is fixing their infrastructure. It's been passed. They're going to be connecting into Weymouth. Is it through Hobart Street? Are they going to be doing any type of clearing here? Does anyone talk to Hingham about what they're doing? They're putting lots of money into their infrastructure.
Yeah, so they're bringing an additional line to feed their substation, which is actually, if you look at that picture, it's to the right of the entrance, or it's actually the exit of the dump. So they would be putting a new, it's like a secondary substation just to the right of this picture. So some of those trees would be cleared, but again, you know, where you're seeing these white pines here on this picture, those are all gonna stay.
But they are doing major work.
They are.
That's again gonna help us too. And maybe someone should talk to them and see what they're doing.
Yep, we're always in contact with Hingham.
Yeah, so you do know that
Oh,
they're
yeah.
doing that. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to take Polly, and then after you, Leslie.
Excuse me, Polly Road, 9 Rockview Road. First of all, daunting listening to the updated information and the costs and the supply and demand because of data centers. I have to start by just saying I strongly support what Pat Cannon, a career electrician, meaning very well informed about these matters, has said. It's not a minor detail that you folks have to take into consideration. And just, I'm sure you're thinking of it this way, but as I'm listening to you talk about the ratepayers, don't forget, please, that that also includes all the businesses, especially during that time of year when business is really hard, and all of the town departments. Like if you can imagine, like all of our town business gets closed down, you know, for who knows, you know, a day or a week or something. But you know, I know when I'm had to make decisions personally regarding insurance, and as a homeowner, I always look at it, and it's just as difficult of what would the cost be to me if I did not have a particular insurance, and you know, that gamble. You know, if we had a scenario we didn't have the generators, and then we had multiple businesses that get devastated with damage, multiple homeowners, you know, so forth. The cost of that would be up the yin yang. I think you have to keep that in mind too when you're weighing things. And you know, the obvious, yeah, we lucked out with one of the storms as a coastal community that we didn't get hit so badly when others did, but coastal community, I think, makes us more vulnerable as a rule. But I have a question about, I think you called it backup, Mike. It's going through my head, but my memory is not clear on it. The previous operations manager, Panos, I distinctly remember, and I can't remember which year it was, he was talking about, I think one of our generators did not work, and there was, you know, constant malfunction, and, you know, every time. So how do we, if you were to choose to, how do you say, reinstate this for the next year, what kind of guarantees do we have that they're going to, like, reliably function all aspects of them for that money?
Right. I mean, Milton Cat and Caterpillar, they rent the best of the best. These are the best generators that you can buy. Like any piece of machinery, it's gonna have faults, it's gonna have issues. Nothing's guaranteed. We've had issues with the newer generators that have more complex emission systems on them. So that's probably what Panos was talking about. The newer generators will sometimes trip if, you know, the emission system isn't doing exactly as it's supposed to.
Do you get any reimbursement, the Whiteboard, if you paid money and one of their generators doesn't work?
No rental company could guarantee that this generator is going to start and run 24/7, 365. It's just, that would be unreasonable.
Thank you.
Jake?
Polly, you mentioned that the generators serve or function as, or maybe you implied that they serve or function as emergency backup for emergency services like police and fire in town. And I think, but I'm not going to make a statement, I'll ask the town manager, I think that like sewer, police, fire have their own
Generators.
redundancy, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I just wanted you to know that.
All right, thank you. Sure.
Okay. Leslie?
Leslie Taylor, 1164 Nantasket. I want to endorse strongly Pat's emphasis, and I want to talk about another kind of resilience. You're talking about resilience about weather and aging infrastructure. But there's another kind of resilience that came up when you talked about why are these generators costing so much. It's because of the market prices of electricity in general and equipment. And so I'm asking, I don't know the answer to my question, it's not a pretend question. Could some of the money that we would otherwise be diverting to the generators be used to invest in resilience, both resilience in new lines or resilience in local generation, so we're a little more protected from the market?
So to answer that,
Resilience against the market, resilience against the weather. And
I think that's an excellent point, but the way we sold the generators was very specific, that if we didn't need the generators, we would cut that cost. We wouldn't necessarily pick another project, which are very legitimate projects.
If resilience is the goal, is the value to the customer, where is the money for resilience going to come from?
We would have to have that on its own merits, and I think we could do that if we wanted to, say, put aside $500,000 a year on a new feeder line, which we know where we're going to get, or we know we need, and by the time when we do get it, we'll have something in the bank for that. Very similar to the way we approached the wind turbine and had a decommissioning fund. But with regard to this one specific question, I would love to transfer a portion of that generator cost to resiliency, but that's not the way we sold it, and
That's not the way it's set up. It's, if we don't vote for it, then that money is not available.
Right. I would love to reprogram it for something that we would need, but that's going to have to be on its own merits.
Right, but don't we also have a recommissioning, decommissioning fund?
Oh, yeah.
That we continue to put money in for projects or for new technology or?
Right.
That's what
So we are
depreciation,
putting
the
money-
depreciation fund largely does that. That's
Right, but we have a separate fund.
Right, we do.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah.
but with regards to this situation here, yes, I agree with you, but I don't think we can do it with this.
I just want to say that I think that that it's confusing two issues. One is the generators fund, the money getting for the generators is a specific, it is a charge that we're charging the ratepayers, and that's used specifically for the generators. If we don't go for the generators, then that fund goes completely out. As Stephanie had said, pardon me?
You couldn't ask the ratepayers to pay for a new line.
We could, but we would have to then vote for it, and
Once
we'd
you
have to
have
go.
a project in mind, then we would decide whether
it's-
to borrow or bond money.
Right.
And then the rates would have to change.
But this fee that we're talking about, the $17, if it goes up to that amount, is specific for the generators. And we don't use the generators, then the 17 goes.
The future of electricity rates is going to bite you again. It's not going to be the last time.
That's right.
That's
Yeah.
That's tricky.
Not that I don't agree with you about
Yeah,
using it, but
okay.
it just would be a different.
I hope that, Leslie, I hope that answered your question.
That's the business situation.
Jerry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jerry DeBrun, 67th Street. So, fantastic discussion. You guys have a tough decision. This is not an easy one. Some great points by Mr. Cannon on the age of the lines. Great points by Paulie, and this is where I'm going. This is my question. You have an economic decision to make. Prices have increased by 75%. It's really disturbing, and I don't think the citizens and the ratepayers are going to. Most of the people that I've spoken to, and that's why I agree with a survey, if you had the time, most people I've spoken to say it's really not worth it based on the amount of downtime. Also, taking into account the lag in time before Hull Light can respond and analyze the situation and then call in the technicians. From what I understand, these guys drive from pretty far away. So the average response time might be 4 to 8 hours, right, before we get a crew there. But where I'm going is, I think when you're looking at this cost for this service has increased 75%. Now, let's look at the service and the history of how it's performed over the last 4 years. And that's my question to Mike is, I have heard in the most recent storms, those things didn't start. And it took quite a while for the technicians to get there. And so my question is really, overall, in the history of the last 4 years, I think it was a great program to put in place at the time. But at that increase, how would you grade the performance of the equipment you rented? And is it worth a 75% increase?
So the 2 times that we had extended outages during the winter months, the generators did start. The second time, which was this year, we had an issue with how much load was actually on the system because of the temperature. So we had to essentially sectionalize the town. We couldn't pick up the entire town with the generators due to the increased load. So the reason it took so long is linemen had to go out on the system and open switches and then come back and try to start the generator. So that was an issue, but...
And I don't want to put you on the spot and force you to give a rate, right? But this is the decision the board faces. And so I just think that input is pretty important to this decision.
Right, and it's tricky because if you look at the storm in February, if we were to lose both lines then, when it was blowing 70 miles an hour, and we went to start the generators, they didn't start, they tripped, and we had to wait for the Milton Cat to arrive. They're looking at an extended delay to start them. If it happens on a beautiful day on a Tuesday when we're all in, and we could have them going within a half hour.
The last thing is in Plymouth, the last snowstorm, they got devastated. For 3 or 4 days, guys I was working with, no power, couldn't get down their street for 3 or 4 days. So this is how we all lived, by the way, 4 or 5 years ago. I don't think it's going to be as bad as everyone thinks if the generators are not reused. I know there are a lot of people that need them and depend on them, but again, it's the board's decision, so I wish you luck on this one.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it takes, you're saying it takes 4 to 6 hours to get them going. I mean, but the lights are out anyway, right? So, I mean, you're doing what you can do because it's a bad storm. And I mean, the lights are out because it's a bad storm. That would delay getting it. But that doesn't mean that the generators aren't worth it once you put them on.
Right. They're designed for extended outages. If we were to get wiped out during that storm, say it was, those lines in Hingham went down because of the snow load, the 70 mile an hour winds, and we had a 36-hour outage. Yeah, maybe 8 hours. We got the generators going.
And there's I mean, you know as well as everybody in this room knows is the same as I do, is that the feeling that you have once the lights come back on after being out for 8 hours, it's like, wow, this is great. This is fantastic. It's a shame that they couldn't get it on a couple more. Earlier. But it's this feeling that you have. It's like, wow, this is great. I'm so glad that we have these generators. There's the lights coming back on. So, I don't know. I mean, it's a hard thing to quantify. I mean, I know that Jerry and I know that Tom have has the same type of backgrounds as the engineer, and that you look at it totally different than the way that I've been trained in my profession. So, I mean, I look at what's the worst that can happen, and try to protect them from the worst that can happen. I mean, I'm sort of saying, I mean, you're as an engineer, you look at it totally different. And so, I don't know, it's a very tough decision.
That's why we have a board.
Pardon me?
That's why we have a board.
Yeah, that's why you have a board, right? I mean, as a businessman, you have a totally different view.
I think it comes down to ask yourself the question and come up with whatever your answer is and vote accordingly. What is the best value for your ratepayers?
Yeah.
It's a judgment call.
I think the reality here is that if we do this again, this is 10% of our budget, more than 10% of our budget. But our budget's like 12 million. So if we spend $1.4 million on this is a significant part of our budget. Now, granted, it's a pass-through, but let's be serious. Everything we have is a pass-through. We don't take salaries, we don't have pensions, we don't have shareholders. So we just pass through all our charges, whether they're generators, whether they're constant line. So I think we could say that, but it's anything different. We're not gleaning any percentages off this to put in a pension fund or a 401k. So, and I think we're pretty lean on our budget, but.
Okay, one quick thing. You know, we're talking about buying a battery, and I know a battery is not a backup system, but if you go with like a 5 megawatt battery, and you go for 4 hours, which I think they go, there are some of our answers to this also.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, we're not talking about a battery for 30 minutes. I mean, you can get a battery for 4 hours, a 20 megawatt hour battery, and you know, size it accordingly so you have the resilience to back yourself up in this situation. And I think 4 hours is a pretty good time to fix the lines.
Right. The batteries that we're looking at aren't Blackstar capable. It's a completely different type of battery.
Maybe we should be looking at that.
Yeah,
if we get rid of the generators, what I'm saying, if we're going to save, you know, over $1 million a year without the generators, you can get yourself maybe a better battery that has more capacity, not capacity, but more life to it.
Right.
How long, what are we looking at? How long?
We're looking at a 5 megawatt, 20 megawatt hour.
So 4 hours.
Yep.
So I think
it's not.
It's a different animal.
Yeah, those batteries are always looking for utility, and they sync with utility, and then they just discharge. Being Blackstar capable is a whole nother ballgame. Like a diesel engine, you can throw 100% load at it, and it's going to pick up all that load.
Mm-hmm.
Batteries, just with inverters, they don't have that type of technology.
Well, it exists.
Tied with a generator.
It exists. There's Blackstar capable batteries.
Right, but it's completely different.
Yeah, if you go on Tesla's website, which is the only company that I know that puts a public, you know, anybody can go on Tesla's website and go to where they have these batteries, and they give you the option. It's a slider. Oh, do you want Blackstar capability or not? And it's more money if you go Blackstar capable, and they tell you that, and your returns on the investment are lower, but you're paying more.
You paid $1 million
for, you know, an additional capability essentially, and I don't know what that is from the other companies. No idea. I just.
But you're the assets.
Yeah, it exists.
You're not just paying it into the open ether. Right. I mean, all of a sudden you get nothing back.
Right. And typically, like in the winter on a cold day, we're seeing, you know, at peak around 10, 11 megawatts. So you'd have to design it to be able to handle that type of load.
Mr. Chair.
Sure, Paul.
I would just ask that everybody consider this question. What is the price that you put on having peace of mind? Because as I'm listening and respectful, this is a terribly difficult decision for you folks to make. I can't help but think, okay, a lot of people feel that it hasn't been worth it for the last couple of years because we've lucked out. Going forward, what if we were to put your mind like a year or two forwards and look backwards, and we get absolutely clobbered on at least one occasion, if not two, and we have so much damage and disaster and so forth, then people say, why didn't we have, you know, something? So I can't help but think of it, you know, the price I'm willing to pay for something for peace of mind, I'm sure is different than, you know, it's different to everybody.
Yeah, I understand that, but that's not our mission, is to supply emergency backup power. It's to supply reasonable, reliable power at a reasonable rate. And we're not here to coddle the ratepayers and like, you can go to Florida for 4 months, everything will be fine, we'll take care of you. That's not who we are. That's not what any light plant is like. That's not how light plants work. We're not here to give you that 100% soft, fuzzy feeling that everything will be fine.
No, that's the difference between a municipal light plant and an investor-owned.
Well,
That's the
even
difference.
the investor-owned, you're going to experience the same.
No, what I'm saying is that that's the difference is that municipal
Oh.
light plant takes a different perspective than what you're saying. That's all. I mean, not that I disagree with, I mean, you have a right to
Right.
your opinion, obviously. I'm just saying that you're saying, well, it's not our job to do these services. Well, yes, that's what our job is as a municipal light plant. That's why we're different than investor-owned.
How many
Because
other
we do
municipal
these-
plants have generators in our?
Probably none,
So we're the only one.
most likely, all right? I mean, I
We're
think
the
that's...
only
If anyone
Yeah,
does this.
We're the ones that care about our customers.
I'm just saying that that's the type of discussions that you have in a municipal light plant. You don't have that in an investor-owned because they're going to say, are you kidding? Yeah, you want to, we'll charge them for it and we'll give it to them, but that's not the same philosophy that it is in a municipal. And if you want a municipal,
That's
then
my
this is the
question.
type of discussions we
The
have.
other 49 don't have it. I mean, if that's municipal light plant, I would expect, and they're all looking out for their customers,
Yeah.
why are we the only one that has a generator?
Right. What I'm saying is that it's not something that's mandatory for municipal light plant, but it's the type of discussion that you have, and it's the services that you give. If you don't want that type of discussion, or if you don't want that type of thing in your place, then you get an investor-owned to come in. That's all.
Unless this is something new, okay? Because we've been on this topic for a while. I want to wrap it up.
Quick question. I feel that most of the people, I'd rather buy my own generator. For the amount of money that I've been spending monthly, I could have taken monthly payments and bought my own generator. And I think a lot of people are like that way, so I feel...
Frankly, we could have bought everyone in town a generator, okay?
Well, that's why I feel that we should not go forward.
But, we're not going to do that. But, for the cost for nearly the $5 million that we've already invested in this. Okay, Pat?
I don't think that's true, Tom. We could buy everybody the generator for $5 million, and I can prove you wrong real quick.
Well,
At any rate,
Okay.
that's not what I want to say. To Mark's point, I think the question to answer is how many municipal light plants are fed with the infrastructure that we are fed? We are the ones with the bare copper. Do you want to go out and ask that question? Can you do it?
Everyone can buy a
But I would suspect that we've got some pretty lousy infrastructure feeding us, but we have no control.
You can buy a really nice port.
It was unfortunate that I think
The one I bought
it
was
was,
700, but I bought
I seem to
mine
remember
from the
2015, we had a 48-hour outage or somewhere in there. It was pretty miserable, And very unusual for Hull, too. But over time, the growth, the age of the conductors, the age of the cross arms, way back, maybe 10 years ago, when Dick Miller was here, he had fought very hard. One way or another, he managed to get National Grid to change 60 out of 180 poles. There wasn't one cross arm change. And I went to a meeting with National Grid probably 8 or 10 years ago when we were trying to do this battle. And they would justify that, why they didn't do this. And they were so proud. There are 40 miles of wire between us and Wayne. They're 40 miles, 8 conductors. And they replaced, they're proud to tell us that they even replaced 300 feet of bare copper wire. They didn't even use covered wire. I mean, granted, one thing would be laughing at the other. But I'm just saying that that's the way they're being done, is tried to make it look. We're one customer.
I think we went, Pat, I'm not going to change the age of the line. I could come back and say, well, we've lucked out, we've been very good, whether it's tree trimming, whether the roll of the dice. I think that what we have on the table here is the generators now, a significant jump in price.
Point of order. I'll call for the vote.
Okay, I agree with you. I agree with, we're just rehashing
I
stuff.
move that we, I make a motion that we
Okay.
adopt the
I'll call.
We renew the emergency townwide backup generators for the 2026 and 2027 winter season.
I'll second that.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to
Sure.
chill the discussion about it.
No, I think we've
You're
touched all the issues. Okay, so there's a vote on.
wrong, and that's it.
Okay, yeah, so the vote's on the table. A measure is to continue with the generators as is. Okay, I'm going to take I'll start with you, Stephanie.
Aye, Landry.
Nay, Cohn.
Nay for Burns.
Aye, Chidolo.
Nay for Valencourt.
So, to 3-2?
Yeah.
So it would appear that the generators aren't going to be renewed this year.
So the charges, I believe it's September, that $10 and the
Change.
charges will end at the end of September, I think it is.
Right,
The $10, not the 17.
At 10.
right. They won't jump up to 17. Okay.
Okay, that's that.
So then will they take down all that infrastructure that's out there now?
That's a good question.
Or is that going to stay? Is that going to?
I mean, once the generators are gone, I'm sure DCR is going to want that space back.
Right.
I mean, I think the first year we had a lease, I don't even know where it stands after that, so.
Right.
Are they getting it to you for free, or
Yeah, we haven't paid for it.
just curious?
Are you kidding? Nothing's free.
Okay. Okay, the next item on the manager's.
Take a quick recess for bathroom.
Sure. Okay, great idea. We'll take a 10-minute recess.
You know I was joking.
Oh, yeah, no. No, I can understand, you know, that.
That's why you have to make, I really think that it comes down to just the, professional background,
Well, and it could blow up in our face this year. It could blow up in our face this year, but you gotta take the risk. I mean, other utilities,
You're right about, I mean, what I found really interesting is what you said about, you fire, I mean, you let somebody go and then you have to bring him back and it's like, and he won't come back because he's working with the opposition and then you're like, oh, what do I do?
now you're screwed because So I thought
Okay.
it turned out pretty good.
Call to order again? Okay. Thank you. Okay, I wish I brought my glasses. So the next item is we're going to talk about a battery project that we're working with Emwick. There was going to be a presentation tonight by Emwick. And as you can see, if you have a copy of the agenda, we were going to go into executive session to deliberate on the information that we were given. But I believe additional information has come up. Can I?
No, not additional information. It's not that additional information has come up, but the executive session was not properly posted on the agenda, and so we can't move forward with the executive session.
Okay. Was there anything specific regarding?
The exemption was not properly stated, and I believe that staff made note of that prior, and I know an edited agenda was sent to the board, but we did not receive a response from that, or nor were they accepted. So
Okay.
we did check with council. It also doesn't state the matter that would be discussed under the executive session exemption. So it needs to be, especially given the matter to be discussed, it needs to be accurate and properly
Okay.
noticed.
So,
What
Yeah.
was the, I mean, we didn't cover battery storage or electric vehicle charging status under 4. So I just want to make sure we don't miss that, because under 4 we did have battery storage. I understand that's analysis with Emwick, but that was going to be outside of executive session. So that's not happening, I take it?
I'm sorry? You put the agenda together without
so
consulting with Mike and I, so I'm not sure what you have under manager's
So,
report.
manager's report, battery storage analysis and timeline with Emwick presenting by video conference. And then it says proprietary financial information to be taken up in executive session under item 5. We did amend the agenda, obviously, two days ago, 3 days ago, whatever it was. What I'm asking for is, before we move on from 4 and go to 5, which can't happen because Emwick's not here, can we do the parts under 4 that we're able to do? Battery storage, what we can be told, and also electric vehicle charging, or electric vehicle chargers status.
So the battery storage, because we can't do the executive session, Jason would have been there for that. I think it just makes sense to have him come back at another date to do the entire presentation.
Okay,
And then-
can we understand how executive session is even justified for this? Because my understanding is, at least what I was told, to make the update to the agenda, which I did, was that they'll be disclosing financial information to the board, and they can't disclose that publicly, but outside of the financial information, everything would be in our open session. Is that incorrect?
So the proper wording for the executive session would have been to enter for the purposes of discussing trade secrets or commercial or financial information or confidential, completely sensitive, or other proprietary information, the disclosure of which would adversely affect the light plant's ability to conduct business pursuant to Chapter 164, in which the light board has determined that such disclosure will adversely affect the light board's ability, the light plant's ability to conduct business in relation to other entities making, selling, or distributing electric power and energy pursuant to Chapter 164, and that upon termination of the executive session, that would be if you're reconvening, and it would state the specific matter, which is not Emwick battery storage, but the RFI that was issued and the title of the RFI. It's contract negotiations.
So the language or the verbiage used, it sounds like a lawyer wrote it, but
There are statutory exemptions.
Right, so
for
what
executive
you
session.
read is exactly what's on our amended agenda, not the original one. But then you kept going, and there was more information, and it has something to do with a matter, not Emwick, so I'll read what our agenda says right now. Purpose, it's under number 2 under executive session. It says, purpose to review trade secrets and confidential, competitively sensitive or other proprietary financial information provided by Emwick in the course of proceedings under GLC 164 pursuant to GLC 164, Section 47D, and GLC 30A, Section 21A, Clause 7 to comply with or act under the authority of a general law. And it stops there. So it's shorter, but it sounds like...
Well, on the other side, the motion will include the board's determination as Section 47D requires the public disclosure of information would adversely affect the ability of the light plant to conduct business in relation to other entities making, selling, or distributing electrical power or energy. Isn't that what you had just read?
I didn't hear what you said, Dan.
I said, if you look at the second page, top of the second page, that the disclosure goes from purpose, point 2, and then point 3, it's the same language that's used in, that you just read, I believe.
Yeah, so there's 2 bullets, essentially, that...
As opposed to 1.
Right.
I don't think that this is the same, and all I could tell you is that we had concerns about it. We asked Attorney Scobo to take a look at it, and he felt that it did not
Did he look at the amended agenda or the original? Because the original one had no executive
Most
session
recent, and it's
contemplated for
also
Emwick.
the most recent agenda. It's also why having continuous amended agendas leads to sometimes mistakes.
So,
Also didn't state the matter, so it's not enough just to state the exemption. You also have to state the matter that applies to that exemption.
So what is the matter? Is the matter an RFP or?
The matter is there, was it an RFI that Emwick issued?
He did analysis on 3 proposals that we had received.
So, looking at what's happening right now, we're not going to have an executive session, but we do want to pursue this discussion actively and notify that there's a time constraint that we need to be sensitive about, such as the end of July, that if we don't perform our task in not due haste, but that we have to be diligent to do this.
Yeah, so it was mentioned that ISO New England does studies, I think it's every 6 months. There's a study that's opening in October, so that if we were to pursue a battery, ideally would get into that October study. I need to talk to Jason at Emwick to see when that deadline is.
So this is an important discussion with Emwick that I would like to get done before the end of the month, if at all possible. And that if we could meet with Emwick possibly on Tuesday on Zoom. The whole meeting would be on Zoom. No?
Can't meet Tuesday. We've got enough time to post.
Can we get a meeting posted
You need a
tonight?
48-hour notice to post. Town hall's closed tomorrow.
Is there any way to post when town hall isn't open?
Not if the clerk is not here. Why does it have to be Tuesday?
It was the closest. If we could post today or tomorrow, the Tuesday would have been the soonest. It could be Thursday.
Thursday is the 23rd?
Yep.
Yeah, 23rd. And then the next Thursday is the 30th, right? So that's the drop dead date.
Yeah.
Do I have a calendar here?
Would Thursday work? I really,
I'm not sure of the deadline. I need to talk to Jason on Monday.
can we project for Thursday? I understand that, but can we just project for Thursday, hopefully?
What about Tuesday, the 28th?
I'm available then.
I'm available on the 23rd.
I'm out of town, but I'll zoom in, and I will be back the 28th.
You're out of town the 23rd?
You're out of town the 23rd? Is that what you just said? Okay.
Can you Zoom the 23rd?
I can zoom.
Okay.
So we do want to hold the whole meeting on Zoom then on the 23rd?
Would,
Yeah, I mean, Jason's going to be on Zoom, I think.
yeah, so, and it'll be open to the public. They could Zoom in, assuming
It's got
that.
to be executive session.
All right, so we could do executive session. I don't know.
I don't think there's anything else we need to discuss in open session.
Well, if the board takes a vote and it debates the non-executive session part, that should be in open session and the vote should be taken in open session and how we got there, right?
No.
The,
Executive session, for example, executive session minutes become public once the matter is completed, resolved.
Right.
Taking a
But-
vote doesn't
no, I
close
think
the
what
matter.
I think what he's saying is, if I may,
Yeah.
to go into an executive session, we have to be in open session, right?
No, I think you
Oh,
can start.
That's true.
We can start.
No,
Oh,
you have to open
I-
a meeting and then go into executive session.
Okay. No, what I'm trying to articulate, and sorry, I'm searching for the words, but
Okay.
my understanding of what would be best in this situation is, in executive session, the board receives whatever trade secrets or financial
Whatever
information we're going to
information,
receive, and ask the questions that are of the secret nature. And then once we have what we have and we understand that, and we can move the discussion out of executive session into the parts that we need to deliberate, right? If we're going to decide to put a battery in Hull, shouldn't that be open to the public and a vote, and how we got to that vote be public, other than the secret part that we're trying to protect?
Well, part of the secretive part is the negotiations and the
Sure.
competitive nature of it. So I don't think, and we can talk to Attorney Scobo, but I don't believe after that executive session, you would be ready to come out with what it sounds like, the information that you'd like to put out to the public on that same night.
And why wouldn't it be? I mean,
Well, that's why we're saying we will talk to Attorney Scobo to find out what can and can't be, so.
Well, why don't we then set up the date for the 23rd
On Zoom.
on Zoom, pending the information from Scoble and also, Attorney Scoble and Emwick, right?
And I would maybe have a backup date of the 28th, because that assumes that Jason's
I can tell you
available.
that.
okay. And then the wording for executive session could be exactly what it should be?
We have the wording from Nick Scobo.
Okay.
The wording that you read is identical to what's in
It
the.
also needs to include the matter that's being discussed, though, which it does
Sure,
not.
and what we said was other proprietary information provided by Emwick, so the matter needed to say, what?
It needs to be clear that it's discussion and negotiation of the RFI and review of the responses, and I would include the title of what the RFI was.
Got it.
Okay.
All right, why don't we
can-
have a backup then, if you don't mind me saying?
No, I just want to move this forward and
So the
and do it
23rd?
the right way.
Tuesday, the 28th being the second date, backup date.
And
Fair enough?
that's live, not Zoom.
No, there's Zoom, right? That's-
Both the Zoom.
Well,
Do you have open meeting in Zoom?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just close it.
I can't do the
yourself for
28th.
You can't do
executive
the
Mike
session.
can't do the 28th.
How about the
Limit
27th or the
it during
29th?
Do the 27th.
Zoom meeting?
So the 23rd and the 27th then?
What happens, Mark, is we'll probably have 2 links, so we'll have to move
Jump out,
between.
jump back in. Okay. So 23rd, Zoom meeting, what time will that be? 6:30?
What time, 6:30?
Fine with me.
And then the backup date, same thing, 6:30
No,
on
27th.
27th would be the backup date.
27th.
Yeah.
No,
No,
28th.
No,
I
they
can't do the
changed it to the 27th because
sorry.
Mike can't
What
do
is
the
it?
28th.
27th,
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
You
27th.
can do the 27th.
He spoils that.
Okay.
All right, and then on, under 4, before we move on, electric vehicle charging status
Right.
is still there.
Could
Okay.
you give an update on that?
So I cannot, but I promise I will have one for August.
Okay.
Actually, I might,
Did we win the grant?
possible, I can't say.
Okay.
Okay. Could that be, well,
I mean, if he tells us
when
now-
I know, I will tell you.
okay.
If he
we
tells
just-
us now, we won't go to the other meeting, right?
Okay,
Can I say one more thing?
sure.
I just want to thank Mike. Mike had me out at the light plant for about 3 hours the other day. I got to see all the trees that we're talking about that are falling down the rivers. I got to see the copper wires that have no insulation on them. And I got to see the light plant that it seems to kind of consolidated. It could use some more space. But he did a great job. Him and Dan both showed me around, and I appreciate it.
No problem. Glad you were able to join.
So looking at 23 and 28.
27th.
27, okay, 27.
Yeah.
Okay,
6:30.
okay.
Next Thursday or the following Tuesday.
And
Or Monday.
we'll have plenty of time to get the wording exactly.
All right.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, item number 6 is the garage and historic building, 15 Edgewater Road. Status, a manager's update on the status of the board's unanimous November, please. Please.
6 or 5?
6.
Manager's update on the status of the board's unanimous November 2025 vote. Funded garage at 15 Edgewater. Our current off-site vehicle storage agreement, the cost of the ratepayers. And questions to management and staff. So, and then right after that, there'll be a presentation that Jake and I had worked on that we will follow any updates that you have with garage.
Yep, so garage, obviously, October is coming quickly. We do have 2 spots in Hull that we're looking to possibly rent if needed. We are also getting creative at 15 Edgewater Road. We're looking at possibly rearranging a door, removing shelving and like overhang in one of the garages to be able to fit the new truck when it arrives. Obviously, neither situation's ideal, but we will have a solution before the truck arrives in October.
With regards to costs on a garage, is that premature to say?
I don't want to say any pricing that we've gotten on garages just because we're in talks with both.
Okay. We will have that at some point in time? Okay. Are there any other initiatives? We initially started talking about a fabric garage.
Yeah, I met with
Is that still being pursued?
a builder of fabric garages on site. It was probably 2 months ago. I've followed up with them a couple times and just, we haven't received pricing on it yet, so.
Okay. Good. Thank you for that. I think that'll segue into the presentation that I'd like to give with Jake regarding,
Mike has it.
Yep, I can put it up.
are we going to have to change seats or?
I can flip through it if you want.
We don't have to change sheets.
Okay.
I did bring some printed copies, and I think that folks have it. Thank you, JD, for passing it out.
Yes. Mine's available too.
Is my head in the way here?
Good.
I think we're good. So like Tom said, Tom and I worked on this together over the last
2 weeks, 3 weeks?
3 weeks, yeah.
Yeah.
We've done a lot of work, and we think that I saw, I don't know how to say Chris's last name correctly. Crafthorse? Okay. I need to remember that and not butcher it. I apologize. I saw his letter or op-ed in the Hull Times, responded to it, and talked with Tom, and said I think we actually have found that we agree on some things, and look at this basically comparing the joint facility to renovating the existing 15 Edgewater facility in place. And it's not just renovating and building a new garage in place. This presentation will get into it, but the Hull Historical Committee or group has reached out to both me and Tom and maybe other light board members and provided quite a bit of information that they're pursuing. And this presentation has been updated to reflect the exact verbiage that the clerk from that group gave us as well. So if we can go to the next slide. So the purpose is really threefold: to return the board's own voted garage project to the table. And for reference, the board voted unanimously November 20th to propose a capital project to erect a new garage at 15 Edgewater Road. The presentation develops that concept, and it's trying to size its cost. Number two, in light of the Hull Historical Commission, what they've recognized and what they're working on, respond to the building's historical significance. And we're not saying all of the buildings at 15 Edgewater are necessarily historical. They're talking about terracotta roof.
Yeah, that Mediterranean style.
Yeah. Yep. So
office building.
That building predates 1894, and it may predate 1880. I don't know how much farther back in time it goes beyond 1880, but it's old, and they believe it's historically significant. And they're going through a process to add it to some sort of register as well. And the third point is to fund the professional studies needed to decide. The board doesn't have the expertise to do this on their own, so we're going to be making a recommendation at the end with a proposed motion for the board's consideration. But it does ask the board to fund a professional study, not to commit funds to any particular type of construction. And every figure shown is really just a planning placeholder. It's not a budget. We could go to the next slide. So really there's two issues before us to resolve or solve for. It's the garage, the lack thereof. We have a previously discussed 4-bay drive-through sited out of a flood zone. The board's vote from November last year. It's all well understood and ready to be scoped and costed, and it would erect a permanent structure that serves as a lasting asset. And why do we want to keep these specialized trucks out of the weather? Mike has talked many times about, and Panos did too, that we're in a salty environment here in Hull. This isn't even a normal environment. And light plants throughout the Commonwealth that aren't in a salty environment keep their trucks inside. So ours have even accelerated corrosion because of that environment. And they're really expensive. These are not, I mean, the current truck is approaching $400,000, right?
Yeah, 375.
Yeah. So they're one truck. It may sound like, oh, it's just a truck. What do you care? It's an expensive asset, and if that asset deteriorates quickly, or frankly, I think they're still diesel. You know, a diesel engine in 12-degree Fahrenheit weather, blowing wind, may not want to start. So, you know, what good is it if you have an outage and you got to go use your truck and it doesn't start because it's outside and it's frozen cold? So
Also, this past winter, when we did have the outage in Newport, we had to dig out the truck. It took hours. Once that was dug out, battery was dead. We had to start that. So there were variable hours in emergency response time that if we were, if the truck was in a garage, that would never have happened.
Yep.
The DPW, I think they put everything in their garage except maybe the pickup trucks. The dump trucks, all large the municipalities put their valued vehicles inside a garage for the sole purpose to keep them ready to use almost any time. So I don't think we need, you know, a garage is just so fundamental. When you buy a piece of equipment that is $250,000 or more, and then if you look at all the rolling assets, they're probably total close to $1 million that they really, without a doubt, should be garaged.
Yep. So like I said before, the historic building, it predates 1894. I don't know by how many years. I don't know if anyone knows that yet, but it sounds like the historical group in Hull is investigating that. We're contemplating that research toward the state and national register, or no, we know that research has begun because this group reached out to both Tom and I and maybe other light board members. It's exposed to the 100-year flood at the rear of the building, and the Weston and Sampson presentation we saw, I think it was June 10th, showed that. We didn't put that drawing in here, but it shows the rear edge is there. So part of this contemplates correcting for that. So if we can go to the slide forward, please. So this is the motion that was made in November 20th, 2025. It was made to propose a capital project to fund a garage at 15 Edgewater Road to store fleet vehicles designed to allow for solar orientation and complement the historic nature of the existing building. So this board voted unanimously in favor for that. The vote has not been implemented. Temporary fabric structure was instead put forward as an interim measure while the joint DPW and light plant facility is being developed and investigated. And this presentation returns the board's own voted project to the agenda so it can be properly scoped and costed. We'll go to the next slide. So this is 15 Edgewater Road. This is what, obviously this is very preliminary, but this is what Tom and I worked out, where it's possible we could erect a new garage there in the yellow rectangle right here. Tom, any notes here?
I think this is,
This area here.
after discussion with Mike, this is a little bit larger than you proposed, or you contemplated something maybe in the 30 by 60 foot range. But it approximates the location of where the garage would be. It might even, there's Edgewater just up from where the garage is. There's some parking there that could be adjusted. In this proposal, although it's not shown here, is to make 15 Edgewater ADA compliant, which would require designating a parking space for ADA use, probably, if not a ramp, just a dedicated walkway that would meet ADA guidelines. And then we get to the terracotta section, the historic section building. We would probably have to incorporate a pneumatic activated door so people could enter it, so the whole reconfiguration of the entrance would have to change for that. It looked like the original door had some kind of turnstile arrangement on it, but so that would be included in this whole project to make it as if the same concerns were being issued at West Corner, and that building would address all these same issues, that it would be ADA compliant. And that's what we would look at this facility too, also to have that same like kind of surface extended to it.
Ready for the next slide?
Sure.
So the historic building, this is significant in my view, and I think, Tom, you might know more about this than I do, but it is of real historic significance. It's been standing on this site since before the town actually acquired the electric company that eventually became the Hull Municipal Light Plant. How much longer? I don't know. I think the historical group has got some volunteers researching that. But the building is part of Hull Light's history. It's how the municipal light plant first came to Hull. The second point is research towards the nomination has begun. Mary Harrington, who's the clerk of the Hull Historical Commission, informed us that the commission has recognized the building's historical significance and has begun researching its history for the purpose of nomination to the National Register of Historic Places. And the third point is the exposure that the Weston and Sampson Group warned us of is that at a 15-year flood on the 100-year flood map, that the rear of the building does have some exposure to the flood. So any protection must be both effective and compatible with its historical significance. So the significance is recognized, and the nomination, because the nomination research is underway, I feel it's prudent that the planning treats preservation as a constraint and not as a surprise later in the scoping. So what is required, what is permitted, and what it costs are for professional review, not assumption by the board. The next slide is largely showing some of the existing conditions that was documented by the town's consultant. Weston and Sampson, I don't know if Mike, Jen, or anybody else wants to speak to this. Tom?
I think some of these pictures are dated, maybe 3 or 4 years. Maybe they came out of the first phase 1 of the CZM grant. And so there could be modifications. The office area is a different color, I believe. The curtains are no longer there, you know, whatever. But I think this is just a representation of what's there right now. And
Yeah, we did replace the roof where the office was damaged, so it's a new rubber roof above that. And then I think that's the lower garage. We replaced that lower panel.
right.
So we have maintained the building.
And I believe vehicles are stored in there
Yep.
when needed, but there is no fire suppression. It wouldn't meet building codes right now if it was built new. The garages have been modified and lowered to accommodate larger vehicles. Every vehicle seems to be larger and larger than the next. So these may have worked at one time. They may have been adequate at one time, but with a 4-bay garage of 15-foot height, I think that won't be exceeded for some decades. So.
Next slide, please. So the point of this study is to answer the relocation question with evidence. So the town's case for relocation with Weston and Sampson, they argued the existing buildings, both the DPW and the Edgewater building, or buildings, are past their useful life, flood exposed. Everyone agrees that they're flood exposed, and that a joint facility on raised pilings would be more resilient. Our view, Tom and I, is that the open question is on the joint facility, where its flood protection rests on pilings that have not yet been confirmed by soil borings in soils that are already known to be weak, and its garage still relies on flow-through doors and moving trucks out during floods. So that's the resiliency that's been contemplated at the joint facility. And a fair comparison, I feel, requires that the relocation plan, or sorry, that the in-place option has not been studied, and putting real numbers on protecting this site lets the board and the town compare evidence to evidence. So the point is not opposition to the joint facility. It's a request to study both paths to the same standards, so the more resilient, affordable choice can be identified, not assumed.
Right.
Any points on here?
The way Weston and Sampson viewed the Edgewater garage is that they were, I thought, relatively dismissive, and that it was inadequate and that you needed a garage. We're aware that we needed a garage. There is some slope to the site that can be managed if the orientation of the garage is done on an east-west basis. You wouldn't encounter the elevation differences. It was, I believe their survey was based upon interviews with staff that is probably 3 or 4 years old. Not seeing the questions, or not seeing the answers. I think that has to be revisited again. But more than the opinions of what the staff feels is adequate in the building, what I caught from the Weston Sampson, that there was inadequate space to build a garage. And I don't agree. I think there is adequate space, 70 by 30 foot or a 60 by 30 foot garage, a little reconfiguration in the site plan, the plot plan, could easily make that work. And once that's done, I think costing out what a garage would be with a reinforced concrete slab of 10, 12 inches, whether we have poured concrete walls up 5 feet, 4 feet, and then maybe a metal building or maybe a total metal building. I think that would have to be determined after we look at the site and start to look at the engineering. So, the same way we would look at, and I think looking at the resiliency of this site compared to the resiliency of West Corner. The West Corner site is almost completely covered in the 100-year flood plain, the flood maps. The site, as Jake pointed out, there's only one corner of the existing building that we would be addressing. The other 2 garages you saw earlier, they would be they would be considered probably the same regard as the West Corner facility. But we're not looking at that to put the garage. We're looking at putting the garage up in the highest part of the site, which is 15 feet, which is what CZM would be looking for. And also, if we had a garage at West Corner, more than likely the high tides would coincide with the king tides in the winter time, and this is when the vehicles would be the most valued to be used. And if we have to move the vehicles out of West Corner because it's flooding, where do we put those? There's a series of questions that never were posed to Weston and Sampson. It hadn't gone that far. Maybe on this new phase, it's going to look at that, but those concerns would not be an issue if we built a garage at 15 Edgewater, because we would be well out of the floodplain. So, but we would need an engineering study to do that, because I can give you my anecdotal information as a professional engineer, but we need to get someone that's more qualified with site development and go that way.
Can we go to the next slide, please? So this is, I've translated, this slide is basically to remind the board what was voted for in November 2025. And sort of picking that apart, it was 4 bays, drive in and drive out for light plant truck storage, doors on both sides of each bay for drive-through circulation. The interior clear span of at least 17 feet, that's what's being contemplated. Obviously, a study might say it should be 18 feet or you only need 16 feet.
Right.
These are recommendations. Footprint sizing 30 by 65, up to 35 by 70. The largest a garage can be while fitting in this parcel. That's the best guess Tom and I could do with Google Earth. You may find a couple more feet one way or the other, and you really get creative. The heating and lighting only, no air conditioning in the garage for the trucks. We did vote for roof orientation suitable for future solar, but we didn't say to put solar on there at this time. And this, I think, is important with the historic nature of the building. Design compatible with the historic 1880 building, that again is back from the motion. And the last 2 criteria are taken directly from the wording of the board's motion. And Tom and I feel that they're not optional, the roof orientation and the compatibility with the historic building.
Now, the design compatibility, what do you mean with that?
Tom, can you elaborate
So,
on that?
We wouldn't want to necessarily put a building that had a gabled roof on it. There's one, the terracotta roof is nice. The other roofs are flat roofs, or essentially flat roof. One of the further down garages has a small rise to it. This would be probably a flat roof, and solar could be just put down flat and maybe just tilted and orientated to the south. It's probably more for, maybe demonstration, because I don't think it's going to offset our electric bill very much. But since we are in the electric business and we're promoting solar, I think we should be part of the solution.
Okay.
So the next slide talks about the project scope. So there's really 4 main things. A new garage, the historic building to protect and preserve with flood protection for critical operations, scope set by the study. Elevator relocate critical electrical equipment, replace any failing roofs, repair documented water intrusion, of course, using methods compatible with the building's historical significance now that the historical groups notified the board about the significance. And Tom mentioned this earlier, code and ADA upgrades to Americans with Disabilities Act to be compliant for the offices, restrooms. We probably should have had on there the front entrance as well. Site access, Tom came up with an estimate of 110 foot of new fencing, ADA accessible parking we touched upon, the entrance ramp to the office. And then site preps, utilities, environment, site preparation and drainage, utility connections, environmental testing for the former incinerator use. That has to be considered. There might be something there. I didn't go over the new garage on this slide because I think we've beat that to a dead horse. If we go to the next slide, please. So this is the preliminary cost ranges. Tom looked at these. He's a retired civil engineer. I think, from Vermont, is that right?
Mhm.
So maybe you want to give your disclaimer, but just talk us through this a little bit.
Okay.
This is
All
slide
right.
11.
I think the overriding word here, these are just estimates, and it's a range of what it could be, and it would also depend upon what we found at the site when we started doing some digging. If the site is relatively clean, which I think it could be, we might not have to do very much at all, other than maybe just cap it with a foundation. That's the way a lot of remediation is done, and we wouldn't necessarily be digging it below grade. There's a major range on the historical significance that is yet to be determined upon where we want to go. If it's just a matter of closing off or filling in that back corner, the building itself is at the first floor of the building's at the 15-foot height. The storage area is not. To make it 100% above the floodplain, you might want to eliminate that, fill it in, or put some flood-proof doors to accommodate that and still keep using it. ADA issues could range depending upon how that's evaluated. Look at, if we can get by with one parking space, I think that would be fine. If we need two, that we're going to have to cheat some more space out of the garage. I don't know what automatic entrances cost, but I could see that range, $50,000, maybe more. Bathrooms to be determined.
So the range that you're talking about, if you took if you add up the minimum and then you add up the maximum,
Right.
we're talking about a range of about $1 million to about 3.5.
I think we go to the next slide,
Get the,
Oh, you got that.
or the next two slides. But the estimate must resolve historic preservation rules, building flood protection. As I said, that could be minimal. If we wanted to continue to use that, we could make that flood hardened. And then we get into the real comparison regarding relocation, subsurface soils, any contamination, permitting and procurement. Okay. So this is where we are from bare bones to turning this into maybe new paint, colors that were used back then, maybe historic plaques, maybe history. Probably don't need to go to the higher end to get everything that we need. If we're just going to focus on the garage, I'd say we would be well within the $1 to $2 million range.
Mm-hmm.
but the study that we're contemplating will answer this question. It'll tell us what is the full range of options and what is the full range of costs for those options. That's what this study contemplates. If we go to the next slide, so this is the money slide. This is the ask. So this is my or Tom's proposed motion, and we answer what it funds, and we estimated a cost. 110,000. Tom and I thought was the high end.
To do this, and preliminary schematic initial engineering analysis that could take us to drawings that could be bid quality and that we could put out on the street and then find out what it would really cost. But without doing the engineering, without looking at the building, looking at the needs for historic preservation, looking at the needs for ADA, it would just be an estimation. Now, it's very routine to do this. You just don't go from a concept to bid drawings. You need to do considerable engineering to analyze what size do you need, what requirements are you looking at, what's important to the client. And those things will come out through the engineering. This is very similar, I believe, at town meeting. There was a presentation made regarding the public safety facility, where we looked at funding the public safety facilities, early engineering work at, I believe it was $400,000 to see what that would be. I think there was a rough number of, I don't know, $60 to $70 million for a public safety facility. So to understand what the client would need, what the police would need, what the fire would need, meeting rooms, parking, all those aspects, I believe, $400,000 to look at that public safety building. It might be high, but at least it's a range. It might be far less by the time when they look at it. But without doing that preliminary engineering, doing the schematic designs, those development designs, you could never get to final bid documents. So this is analogous costs that we're looking at. This is, I believe, we could fund this in our budget without any difficulty, and we shouldn't go any further until this is done. I believe we started to look at this initially on our garage process. We would talk to an engineer, and then he would ask, specific questions that were germane to what the client wanted. So we want to continue to go on with that process and cost out what a real garage would be. And thereby, we could do an adequate comparison of what a garage would be to stay in place, 4-bay garage, and then compare that to any other options and alternatives that can be presented to us. So,
our next slide sort of summarizes and then kicks us into discussion for the board. So the next step would be to authorize the estimating funds, procure the estimator and supporting services, the procurement status reported to the board in a regular August meeting. I'm hoping that we don't have an early August meeting for the battery. Hopefully we get that done in July. Gather site data and then present a developed budget and a recommendation on how to proceed. So I think we put it through, and then it's time for discussion.
Right, so this would be, we took a vote back in November to build a garage. Thank you. Okay. So what this proposal is doing is trying to start to put some meat on the bones here. What are we talking about? Right now we're saying the garage is too expensive, or it's whatever it is. Until we do the engineering, we're not going to have anything other than what my opinion would be, what your opinion would be. And this is why at town meeting we went to authorize $400,000 to look at the public safety building and see what needs to be done there. And this is analogous to this. This is what Weston and Sampson has initially done with their phase 1, 2, 3, 4 of, as they look at the at the joint DPW garage, that what is going to be needed, what's going to happen, you know, how big a building, how many meeting rooms, where the bathrooms will be, where's the parking going to be. All these things have to be taken into consideration. So that's the engineering that's being spent right now. Hopefully, you know, when they conclude, they'll come up with a document that could be buildable or biddable. Right now, costs, I think Chris Kerfrost said that the... So I believe the cost that Chris Kerfrost said was $60 to $65 million. But that's, I think he'd be the first person to say that's premature until Weston and Sampson has finished their analysis. So this is what we're looking for. This is what we would be asking the board to vote on.
What did it cost for the other project, the shared project? What was the cost of that? And
the CCM grant?
Yeah.
Well, I believe I don't know, you could correct me. I wish you would if I'm wrong, but I think CCM probably put maybe 600 into it.
600?
I believe the total grant to date is a little over 500,000, and that's for 2 properties. But keep in mind, it looked at each separate property, so there are already existing condition studies, vulnerability assessment, flood elevation design, site screening, staff survey, and programming. That's already been accomplished. So I think some of this would duplicate.
Or we could use some of the data that's already been generated.
So they use some of that money to compare the 2 sites? Is that what you're saying?
No, before you dive into a building project, you have to assess the site itself, the current site, and that's the work that was done at each, the DPW and the light plant site, Edgewater.
Well, did they do any comparison then?
I'm sorry, comparison to?
Well, I'm just trying to understand if they compared the different points that they were making about the resiliency and the, I mean, did they compare the 2 sites did they use some of that money in the study to compare the 2 sites?
Yes, and the recommendation was.
That's what I was wondering.
At West Corner.
Okay.
Based on all of that work.
Right, okay.
Right. And heavily into West Corner. I don't want to say they were dismissive to the 15 Edgewater site, but where you have a site that's already 15 feet above sea level and not pursue that, other than diving into a site that's almost completely in the floodplain, in the flood zone. I think that comparison really wasn't looked at close enough. But this would do that. This would give us, I think, an analysis that'll look at the risks of building on this site. And if we need another survey, a more scientific survey, from the staff, or just a comparison. I don't know if Weston and Sampson's analysis ever got to looking at the size of a garage that was needed. I know they had looked at the entrance to the garage, looking at the sloped area of the site, that it would go north-south, but if you change the orientation to an east-west, where the elevation is nominal, the site is even more attractive. So that's what we're looking at, is to really evaluate the Edgewater site with the appropriate engineering and analysis that's being done at West Corner for the joint facility. And without doing that, you're really not comparing the two sites. So this is an ask of the board to allocate anywhere from $45,000 to $110,000 to do this initial design proposal that would be paid by light plant funds. And thereby we can compare the two facilities, apples to apples, and see what is best for the ratepayers. Is it best for us to enter into a joint facility that right now is estimated at $65,000? Or would it be more prudent, $65 million? Or would it be more prudent to take a look at something that is considerably less in scope and use some of the existing structure, the existing offices, the existing storage area for whether it be hardware and equipment or transformers. I don't think that analysis, I know that analysis hasn't been done, and this is why I'm requesting, and Jake and I are both requesting, that the board consider funding this proposal so we can look at both sites with open eyes and not just having the consultant focus on one site only.
Well, just, to move things along, I'll make the motion that is, the proposed motion that is captured in the page, whatever the page is.
It's right there.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what number it is, but the proposed motion that the whole light plant board authorize a professional feasibility study at the cost not to exceed $110,000 for qualified estimating, design, environment, engineering, etc. That my motion would be the same as the motion on this page.
Got it.
So
I'll second that.
Discussion.
Sure.
Can I just ask, could we pull out of this what's already been done by Chris Cranforth? Why duplicate work that's already been done? So what's already been done, take it out of this and find out what's left that we need questions answered to.
If there is data that is germane and usable, definitely. But it's not going to be complete. It's because they haven't done this. They haven't looked at the orientation of the building. They haven't looked at.
I just want, pardon me, before you go any further, and I probably respectfully ask you, could you sort of explain a little bit more?
Well, I thought.
I want you to say it rather than him.
Okay, I thought the coastal zone grant has already addressed some of these issues that's in this report. What I would like to see is take those out, tell me what's left, so we can compare. We have this information already, here it is, A, B, C, D.
You mean compare the study?
I'm looking at this, and a lot of it looks like we want to know a lot about the historical preservation services. We want a feasibility study for the historic building. We want a determination of applicable historic preservation requirements. It looks like we're doing a lot of historical preservation work. Is this a historical building? Do we know that? Or if it isn't, why are we spending money to do something in a building that really isn't a historical
So
building?
the building does not have a historical designation to date.
Okay, so
was
if it
built in
doesn't have a
1880.
historical designation.
As of yet, it hasn't been considered
I know, but it doesn't have it. So why are we spending money on something that the building doesn't have? Should that not be done by whoever it is, the Historical Society, whoever the group is that's trying to get this designation for this building?
It should have been done by Weston and Sampson. They should.
Says you, but,
Right, a building that's 110 years old, there's probably only maybe, if a half a dozen buildings that could even,
146, yeah.
that could qualify for this. And I don't know if Weston and Sampson looked at this site and realized the historic value of the building. I don't know if we know what the historic value is.
Anthony, would a sentence...
Like there's some borings that have been to the soil, and they've done that sort of engineering work ahead of time. We can utilize that data, is what you're saying.
Yeah, would a sentence, like a friendly amendment, something along the lines of, and I'm spitballing here.
real
Not a lawyer.
friendly, Jake. Real friendly, Jake. Make sure it's real friendly.
I'm trying my best. So, here's what I'm thinking. That the board advises the manager to incorporate existing data from previous studies to avoid duplicating the work proposed in this motion. Would something like that? So that way the manager doesn't say, okay, I got the board's thing, great, now I gotta go do a bunch of stuff that was already paid for by a grant. Would that fix it?
It might, maybe perhaps a friendlier amendment might be, this board forms a committee to then go to the Coastal Zone Management Grant people and sit down and we go through this and say, have you done this? Have you done that? Give me this data, give me that data. And then at the end of the day, we could say, look, we've got half of our questions answered already. And all we had to do was sit down with the people that have already done the Coastal Zone Management Grant and ask nicely, this is the information I'm looking for. Do you have this?
Yeah, that's sort of separate from what this motion's proposing is, here's the money.
I know,
And you
this
can,
motion
and we're
is
basically
proposing
saying,
$110,000 to do something
Right.
that maybe it's already been done or half of it's already been done.
Maybe the engineering firm that does the study can ask those questions to the town and utilize that for their presentation.
Well, I would suggest you don't want to spend the money, and I'd like to know where the board is
Going to get the money?
pulling this $110,000 from before you spend money on work that has already been done. And I think the other responsible question the board should be asking itself is this something that the ratepayer wants? You heard alternatives for, far less alternatives for housing those vehicles right now. But I haven't heard that. I'm not sure where, you know, the focus is also on the garages and not so much on operations. And in addition to trucks, we do have staff that need good, safe, up-to-date working environments.
the focus is not just on the garages, the focus is looking at,
That's what I heard.
all right.
You heard.
Do we
you
want to go back
mentioned
to the
ADA.
slide, Tom, where we?
I don't need to repeat it, Jim.
Okay.
Thank you.
I mean, we said spending up to $2 million fixing the existing offices and all of that. That's the modernization scope. So the point of this is to bring forward an option that the board can evaluate and really answer the question, what's the best value for the ratepayer? Is it go to a $60 to $65 million combined facility, or is it to modernize, harden, and to answer your question, Stephanie, why would we put in the scope the historic building? Well, they basically determined that they think it's historically significant. They're going through the process. They're going to try to add it to the register, and by the time we could actually, the Hull, what's the name of the historical committee?
This is the first I'm hearing of it.
Okay, well, it's in the presentation. I believe it's slide.
And I would think that this would be something that Weston Sampson would have picked up.
It's not up to Weston and Sampson, though, to say that a building may be historic. Also, bear in mind, if you a historic designation often leads to a
Thank you. Paul
higher
Historical Commission.
price on renovation of a building.
Yes.
So there should be continual discussion as to the value.
They could wait later on and to limit but if it's an historic building that needs to be preserved and saved, that has value. And just because it might cost some money, where would the money come from? Where would the money come from to build a garage? It would come from that same pot of money.
The 110,000 should come out of our depreciation fund. It shouldn't come out of operating. It should come out of the depreciation fund. That's how I read it. Chris Kraftforst himself in his op-ed just last week in the Whole Times actually suggested something like this, that, hey, this hasn't been done. We haven't looked at this option versus the joint facility. He suggested doing something like this. So this is sort of taking him up on his offer. And the ratepayers should fund it. Yeah, because I think it's in the best interest to have an option that might be dramatically less expensive for the ratepayers than the current option on the table.
We already voted that we unanimously that we wanted to have this facility. I think that it's just prudent that we get a study to see to compare that study with the study that's already been done to see if this is an appropriate option or alternative. I mean, we've already discussed it. We've already said that that's what we want.
Right. We've discussed a garage.
Right. But if we're going to go in for, if we're going to do that, then we have to, I would suggest that we also look at all these other issues that they brought up in that presentation. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't have a study to do it. This is something that we wanted to do, that we've all agreed that that's what we want. And the comparison is, there's nothing wrong with having that comparison.
No, what I'm saying, Dan, is if some of this work has already been done, why are we duplicating work? Some of this may have already been done, so why would we need to spend money to redo something that's already been done?
Well, part of it is its perspective, and as Tom was saying, that some work has been done, but it wasn't done to answer some questions. And that's the reason why you have another study done, but to answer those questions.
But what are the only questions I can see that haven't been answered deal with historic preservation?
Well, no, there's other things that Tom was talking about was the actual location of the garage, the fact that there's only one corner of that property that's flooded, while the other property is flooded.
Nearly 100%.
Yeah.
And
that type of comparison is important for us to know about. Yeah, sure. Some of that's whenever you do a study, you're always going to be using a material that's already been discovered or talked about or just discussed in other studies. But that doesn't preclude you from doing another study, because you're answering a different question. The question is how viable is the light plant property as opposed to using the other site in West Corner. Now, if that's already been looked at, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't have another perspective, especially when, as Jake has said, that it's been recommended by the person who's proposing this study, the transfer of the property.
Chris
Crawford.
Crawford.
Sorry.
If we do get grants for a joint facility in CZM, we're still talking a considerable amount of money here. And if we are going to be a third of that building, and if it's at 65,000 now, so that's nearly the 65 million, thank you. So that's a $20 million commitment. And the grant, yes, there might be grant funds available, but to look at the question, what would the ratepayers want? I think they would want for us to take a look at both sides clearly. If one is in the floodplain, the other one is at 15 feet. If one is $20 million, how long will the ratepayers be paying for that? where if we have to spend $1 million, $2 million on a new garage, what's the timeline on that? What's the benefits there? So we really owe it to the ratepayers.
I'm not saying not to do it, Tom. What I'm saying is, if something's already been done, pull out of this what's already been done.
I think it's a
And then
scoping,
focus on
right?
what it is,
Yeah,
what
But we don't-
answers we want.
we don't know what's been done at
But
this
we
point.
have we asked? Have we looked? Have we tried to compare?
This is, you're seeing this presentation right now for the first time, okay? And things are moving quickly, okay? And as November is come and gone, our garage is nowhere near where we thought it would be 8 months ago, 9 months ago. We are moving down a path that we didn't want to go. So I think we should just flesh this out and see if it is doable, if it does make sense to the ratepayers, if there is a significant cost savings, then maybe we should do that. Looking at historic preservation issues, yeah, it's going to be more money to do that, but that's part of the value of history, the value of home. If it's worthy to preserve, it is. If it isn't, then hopefully Historic Commission will say, well, that's extremely common. There were hundreds of these buildings back then. It has no significance, and you know, or yeah, this is one of the better examples of incorporating Mediterranean architecture of the.
So are we going to
sign of the
get two prices then? What a garage would cost if it's not historical, and what it's going to cost if it is?
So the garage, I think that's a simple design. I don't think the design work is going to be extensive to make it look historical. The historical nature would be a preservation of the existing building and what needs to be done to preserve that, which would be maybe an evaluation of the room, the roof, look at the structures. Is it possible to put an ADA bathroom in there? Is it necessary? Maybe it could be put somewhere else. Those kinds of questions. Frankly, I think it's pretty amazing that we've gone this far, and that building, which is used by much of the public, much of the ratepayers, is not ADA compliant. And that's
why we don't have our buildings there anymore. I mean, we were asked to leave because it wasn't ADA compliant. And how many years ago was that? At least 25, maybe longer.
What is the goal here? I'm hearing a lot of things. Is the goal, if I could finish, is the goal to make the existing building ADA accessible? Is the goal to build a new garage? Or is the goal to house vehicles?
Can we go back to slide 12?
To what?
12. Yeah, what the estimate must resolve. So that slide answers the question. So it's 6 things. Historic preservation rules, right? The building's current formal status. And obviously this was scoped with the understanding. We changed this because we received the notice from the clerk yesterday. So Tom and I changed this yesterday and sent this out as soon as we got notice. But anyways, the local, state, and national register framework, and whether demolition is foreclosed. In other words, if that building cannot be demolished because of these rules, we need to know that. Number 2, building the flood protection. Whether critical operations can be protected in place at this FEMA zone site, by what method and at what cost. This is the central question. And then comparison to relocation, a like-for-like cost and resilience comparison of protecting operations in place versus relocating to the proposed joint facility at West Corner. We do have number 4 in here, subsurface and soils. The geotechnical work has not been done here. Number 5 is the contamination question. The former incinerator at Edgewater Road, we don't know much about that. And what I mean by that is a phase 1 assessment should be done so that we understand the risk before we design.
10,000 is never going to get this.
This would be just the scope of the work to be bidded on. It might be, it might be just a simple file search that this has already been done, that a phase 1 site assessment has already been done and doesn't have to be. But until you do a file search, yes, we're looking at a garage. We're looking at ADA, which has been neglected. I don't think that really, I think that's definitely part of the scope. That management of this site, there's been so little management of this site in the time that I've been on the board, and you've been on it longer than I, that if it has been 25 years since we haven't looked at this, it's like, it's kind of our fault that we should not have a building that can't be accessed by all citizens. And I think fundamentally, what is the best value for the ratepayer? Okay, and I think that's what's going to come to the top. Now, many people have asked me, why are you looking at a site that's already at West Corner, that we know that already floods, when this site is higher? Well, I don't know why we're looking at a site that's already in the floodplain when we are 15 feet higher. So I think that would be a better value for the ratepayers. I can see just the numbers are magnitude difference. I think that alone is worthy to investigate and discover. And this money, 45 to 110, I think we could come up with a reasonable number to have an engineer scope out the project, what it would need to take to get a bid material, bid that out, and see what that number really is. That's where, oh, it's contaminated over here, or it's not contaminated, or ADA entrances are this amount of money. ADA bathrooms cost this, but not to address it because it's not there. I think that's a fault on the light board for not making that building ADA accessible. I will get you to.
Well, I mean, I think that, we agreed that, we all agree that we don't agree with the light plant manager wanting to move the light plant facility to the west corner. The issue here, I see, from what this is the first time I've seen it, but it seems like, well, let's see whether or not it's viable to keep the place at 15 Edgewater as opposed to move it. It might be that it makes more sense to move it to West Corner. So we got to know that. We got to also know, if we say no, we don't want it there because well, why don't you want it there? You don't have any evidence that it's not a good idea. Well, this will give us the information whether it's a good idea or if it's a bad idea.
We based our decision on what a previous operations manager asked us to do. The previous operations manager came to us and said, I don't support this, I don't like it, I'm the operations manager, will you back me up? We got no input, no evidence, nothing more than the previous operations manager saying to us, this is my professional opinion, will you support me? And we did.
Right, so why wouldn't you want to get a study to see if that was a good idea or not?
The current operations manager, their opinion as well, and see what their input is.
Well, why wouldn't you want to get a study to see if you have factual reasons to believe that it's a good idea or if it's a bad idea? I just don't get that.
I didn't say it wasn't a good idea to do a study. What I asked is, if some of this has already been done, why duplicate work?
Well, I think that's scoping, and we just, that's in the manager's purview. If this vote passed, we can ask the manager to scope it appropriately so that we're not duplicative of work already done. Or add a sentence, change the motion. It's just a draft motion. Change it to what you think will enable her to scope it appropriately so that we're not wasting any.
Well, I
Nobody
guess
wants to
my-
rework, right?
Absolutely, but board members chose to do this, and that's fine. What I'm saying is, as board members, why don't we choose to further research this by comparing the coastal zone management stuff that they have done with this? Pull out what's already been done. Why duplicate work?
I think that could go concurrently. I think that could happen concurrently. From reading the study, I don't see a lot of analysis done on our site on 15 Edgewater as extensive as West Corner. West Corner has had considerable engineering site work done, engineering geo work done. And it's pretty much proven that building on that marsh is going to be extremely difficult. It's already waterlogged. That site has significant issues. In addition, let me go back, in addition to the fact it's in the floodplain. Where we're proposing is not in the floodplain. That's a fundamental question I get all the time. Why are you looking at moving? And like, well, once we do this evaluation, we'll see what it really costs and what the ratepayers can expect to pay for this.
And all I'm saying, Tom, is if some of these questions have already been answered, why don't we go through and pull that out and focus on what it is we really need to know?
If we find that out, I think then we could take it out of the scope.
But why doesn't the engineer do that? And that's not our job. I don't
Yeah.
think. That's a professional engineer's job to show him what was done. As part of his whole scope of doing this, he looks at that, determines, yeah, that's been done already, there's no need to do that, put it in his report, and let's solve both stones.
And if you find...
And at what cost is that?
As part of this
So,
scope of doing business.
okay, this is the process on how buildings are built and bid out. It was demonstrated very well at town meeting, where the town manager wanted $400,000 to do the same like kind of study on a public safety building. 400, okay? All we're asking here is approximately 100 to look at this site and find out what it would really cost to put a 4-bay garage in our site, to build ADA bathrooms, to look at the historical significance. If it is historically significant, because no one's made that determination yet, or it's being reviewed, but...
Can I ask a very simple question?
Sure.
It's sounding like this is becoming very, how do you say, a dog chasing its own tail. How do you, in what you are proposing, meaning the motion to have the light board spend whatever it is on this, how do you put language in there that says you don't want to duplicate what has already been done by CMC? Can you put some kind of language that, whether it's directing the light plant manager, whatever, that says, take what we have and then add to it? In other words, I think you have to specify that you don't want to duplicate it. However you do that, that's what I'm hearing
Yeah,
said, is that they want the study, but that we don't want to duplicate what the town has already spent money doing.
I would think that the engineer, if he came across some geotechnical work that's already been done on the site, he'll say, this has already been done, or it's not been done properly, or it's outdated, or he'll give us some kind of analysis on that.
But does an engineer, I'm not an engineer, does the professional, let's say the estimator, as part of their work, would they start by going to, is it CMZ, and say, could you please, show us what you've already gathered or discovered, or, answer our questions on it. Is that an automatic assumption that estimator would do?
Yeah.
I don't think he would start duplicating work that's already been done. I think that's just a fundamental engineering concept. Well, let's test this soil again. We just tested it. If they did soil testing, I'm not sure how much work has been done other than the survey, a site plan review, a sloping study.
Oh, I understand that. I'm just saying that it's sounding like what is being suggested is they don't want to do work that's already, duplicate what's already been done.
I don't think
They're
anyone.
very simple.
I think no one wants to do that. I think that wouldn't follow good engineering practices. So, and the point that Dan had made, that we've already voted on this. We already voted at looking at a garage, and it hasn't gone much more than the vote, other than what I feel, what you feel. And until we have a professional give us some real numbers of what it would cost to look at the site and what it would cost to build, now we have something where we can compare.
Oh, I totally understand it. It's just what I'm hearing is that how do you not waste money? You don't want to duplicate what's, that's what I'm not hearing really addressed.
Okay, JD, what are you thinking?
Sure, just a simple contingency on it, put into your motion. I think maybe just to ask the engineers, Westwood and Samsonite or whatever, what exactly they've done, and what they haven't done, and for the data bodies that they do have by such and such a date, and then proceed otherwise. So I'll leave it to you.
I just want to proceed because it's been 9 months now, 9 months, and we haven't gone forward on our motion, and but we're going pretty fast on the West Corner site. So I think we should, for the ratepayers, give them a comparison of where they're at. Okay. Yeah, because it is getting late.
It says incorporated. So I think I could make, do you want me to make a?
No, yeah.
I think I can.
Friendly amendment.
So Dan made the motion, Mark seconded, and we kind of talked loosely about a friendly amendment. I wrote up something that's different and a little bit longer, but I think it kind of solves for what we're all trying to solve here and incorporates Stephanie's thinking. So could I read that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the part that changes it.
Sure. Let me start down here. So we talked about a cost not to exceed $110,000. I didn't change that. So what I changed was for qualified estimating, design, environmental engineering, and historic preservation services to deliver for 15 Edgewater. So it would be a cost estimate and concept site plan for the board's voted garage, including geotechnical review, Phase 1 environmental site assessment, a flood protection and preservation feasibility study for the historic building, determination of the applicable historic preservation requirements, and a like-for-like comparison of protecting operations in place against relocation prepared on a cost estimating basis comparable to the town's joint facility work, and incorporating as the relocation side of the comparison the design and cost information produced by the town's CZM-funded phases as provided to the board. That the study be performed by a firm or firms not currently engaged on the town's joint facility design to preserve the independence of the comparison. That the findings be presented to the board in open session no later than the board's last regular meeting of 2026. And that the board requests that the manager procure the study and report on procurement status at the board's August meeting, including, if procurement has not commenced, a written statement of the reason. So I added the language, I put some dates in there, and I'm explicitly saying to use the study materials that already exist from the CZM phases. And if we could, if there's more outside the CZM that Jen's aware of, we could expand the language even further to touch upon that.
I accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
The dates are not realistic in there. I will just tell you that right now.
Okay.
I accept the friendly amendment and second that.
Okay.
Okay. I call for a vote.
Okay. A vote, do we have a number on this
Excuse me.
A number?
to look at?
Oh, the agenda number?
No, the cost number.
Oh, not to exceed 110,000 is the number.
Okay. I make a motion that we ask the light plant manager to authorize not less than $110,000, not to exceed $110,000 to do a study of Edgewater Avenue.
I'm sorry, but I've just accepted that as a friendly amendment, so
Okay.
it was seconded, and so now I'm going to ask that we vote on it.
Oh, okay.
All right, I, Valencourt.
Aye, Chicarella.
Aye, Burns.
Hi, cool.
Nay, Landry.
So you asked the question of where this money could come from? I think depreciation account would be my choice, unless we wanted to fund it differently. We could look at other resources we have, such as decommissioning fund, or but I think it'd be more appropriate to look at depreciation, because this would be part of the structure of the building. And it could be maybe just wrapped in, if we do proceed to go with building the structure, it could be put into that, and we could go to Emwick. We've talked to them that this could be used, and this could qualify in the pool loan program. But they're not even going to talk to us on the pool loan program unless they know what they're looking at. You know, if we give them a design and say, this is what we want, then they would participate. But the concept that Tom Berry said to me, yeah, we could fund a garage, but it's got to be more than just a garage. We could fund a 60 by 30-foot garage with ADA entrance, and this, you know, we have it all spec'd out. He said, okay, I think we could work with you. And then he could say, well, maybe you should use 100% pool loan program, because that's at 2%. And if you're making 4% interest on your money, then I think, you know, that's the questions that we could get later on. But I think that's where we are. We're asking, now that we voted on this, asking the light plant manager.
Okay.
To move forward on this.
So I guess I know we've already voted, but Phase 2 already said that the current site at 15 Edgewater Road is not large enough for the new home municipal light plant facility size requirements and has limited developable area due to the grading changes on site. So that's already been done by Weston and Sampson. That was Phase 2.
And if you look at the grading area, it does a north-south approach. If you change it to an east-west approach, the grade doesn't really apply. It's relatively minor. There's no justification in that statement. It's just a statement.
Right. Well, that's what I'm trying to compare, your pictures versus their pictures, and it looks like the same location to me.
It's the same location, but the orientation of the garage doors are different. This puts the garage doors just on one side. It doesn't go through the building.
Okay.
So my question right now would be to the light plant manager, how we go forward on this.
How do you go forward on it?
Right. Now we voted on it. We've asked you, as a light plant manager, how do we go forward on?
We will take this all under advisement. for one. The next step would be to put an RFI likely out, or an RFQ, and see if anyone bids on the project as you scoped it.
Okay. Has some of that work already been done?
How would it have been done?
Because I've sat down with Mike, and when we looked at the very preliminary aspects of what the
Tommy,
garage...
the board just took a vote. I think we heard the vote.
I'm answering your
That's it?
question, okay? Some of this
answered your
work,
question.
so Mike has already dealt with an engineer that's already given him a timeline and given some estimates what it would cost to get this type of project together. Now, are you...
I think this is very different than what was discussed with Mike previously.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Tom, we heard your vote. If you
Okay,
want
I
to
understand what
debate
you're
this,
saying, but it's
we can
not
talk
very
about
different
it,
at
but-
all. We're just trying to scope out what this would be. This is not a very, very difficult aspect to this. He would...
Okay.
I think we have a long agenda. It's late in the evening. My suggestion would be we talk about the next item under 7, which is the board's objective and position for an upcoming joint meeting with the select board. We just debated this at length.
All right? Okay.
We have
What you
a joint meeting next week. Is it Wednesday?
I believe so. We have a joint meeting with the select board on Wednesday. I requested that we could meet with the select board. Our meeting 3 weeks ago was inconclusive. And we were talking about a garage with them and said that we would get back to them with where we wanted to go on the garage. Now we have a vote that we want to look at a garage at our site and want to talk with the select board at that meeting. And we also want to take a look at the CZM grant on where the light plan was identified in the CZM grants. And I guess I can make the request now. Is it possible to take a look at phase 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the CZM grants?
The board has already had multiple presentations on all phases and a to-date update on the project.
So is that a no? Because what I'm seeing is what participation, what level has the light plan participated in the CZM grant?
At every step of the grant.
You have proceeded at every step of the
No,
grant.
excuse
We
me, Tom.
haven't.
Excuse me,
I have
Tom.
yet to see a CZM grant. I've seen a presentation made by Weston and Sampson, but I haven't seen the grant.
I'm sorry, what is your question?
My
You
question.
asked about the light department's participation in the grant.
Right.
Staff from the light department have participated from day one in the CZM grant.
The light board hasn't, though.
The light board would not have. This is at the staff and operational level.
So we have incurred $500,000 of grant awards, plus
The town has.
we, as a town, have accrued $500,000 in grant awards. We, the town, has spent approximately $100,000 of our own resources on this.
Pretty good.
So that's where we are right now. We, as a board, have done nothing. All we have been is notified of the stages of what the grant are. When I review the requirements of the CZM grant, it requires participation of boards and commissions that are involved in this. I don't see that at all. I see you making an involvement, and you by involving the staff into it. That's my question. If you don't want to share the grant with us, that's,
Are you asking for the grant application?
yes.
It is in your inbox,
I received it, Jen sent it around 8 o'clock.
and I received it myself yesterday. It's rather lengthy. It is in your inbox, but that is not the question you asked me, Tom. You asked me about the CZM grant participation.
The level of light plant participation in the CZM grant. And I'm not looking for a presentation by Weston and Sampson. I'm looking at how we agreed to get into this grant.
That predates me, and I've said that a number of times. But the town and the light department are involved in the grant.
You know, I understand it precedes you, but at the same time, by the continuing with phase 1, 2, and 3, you're endorsing that, and I don't.
I'm not endorsing anything, Tom. I'm
Well,
not endorsing
you're filling out the application and going forward, and
Technically, I
we're not
did.
agreeing to
And I
it.
asked I'm trying to get, what are you getting at right now? Because it is late and this does not feel
Okay, so
productive.
I'm getting at, is it possible to see the grant application?
Again, it's in your inbox.
Okay. And this is the application that the town had filled out?
Is the grant application and its attachments.
Okay. Good. I was busy conducting the meeting, that I hadn't seen the email that came in 2 hours ago.
So we have possible vote the board's objectives and position for an upcoming joint meeting with the select board. I think it's pretty simple. What I'd ask for is the board either to give me permission or somebody make a motion where I can take the motion that we voted 4-1 tonight, word for word, and send that as a memo to the select board so they have an advance as well as a copy of the presentation. They already have a copy of the presentation, but I think the presentation with the vote that passed, that way we can actually discuss what we're trying to accomplish with the select board, and they have time to read it before the meeting.
I think that's,
So moved.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Stephanie?
Aye.
Thank you.
Did Ms. Rowe give her presentation? Or?
No.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said she did earlier.
Yeah, I think under what is this, item 8, we can skip the status. Oh, no. Jen, do you know the anticipated award date of the Phase 4?
Typically in the fall.
Okay, so fall. So we have, Jen got us by email, did the whole board get copied on that? Thank you. So she got the email to us with the application. I'd suggest we all review it before the joint meeting.
When's the joint meeting?
Wednesday
I got
next
it.
week.
Next week?
Yep.
Can you zoom in?
I'm out of town.
I think it's going to be here.
I think we could have one member zoom in. Is that possible?
On the 23rd?
A member of the board?
Yeah.
Yes.
You have Zoom meeting with Emwick at 6:30, I thought.
No, yeah, but that's another meeting.
There's, separate
That's
meetings.
the 23rd,
So this is the meeting with the select board.
That's the 22nd.
the day before.
Yep.
Wednesday.
Okay.
So I think we have the copy of the application, so that's done. I don't think we need to vote on anything for
Okay.
that. Can we move to the third item under 8 for a resident question?
It's 7.
No, it's 8.
Mine says 7.
Oh, you might have the original agenda. The amended agenda moved everything down a bit for the session with Emily.
Sorry.
So I'm looking at 8.
Yep. Yep.
The following are noted for scheduling at a future meeting and are not,
No, that's 9.
No, we're talking about Polly's
okay,
question.
sorry.
Right here.
Okay. 8, okay.
Questions submitted.
Okay, resident questions submitted in advance by Polly Rowe as they relate to this item. The HMLP personnel who provided review and guidance on the joint facility and the nature of that input, the dates and focus of the upcoming public meetings referred to in the grant scope, and who determines whether a joint facility meets the Light Department's needs when that determination is made, and any effect on the award and future grant funding. Is that pretty much what you?
That's it, that would be me, yes, thank you. Holly Rowe, 9 Rockview Road. So tired. I had, in reading Director of Hull Climate Change and Adaptation and Conservation Department, Chris Crawford's opinion on June, I think it was 18th, when I read it, several questions came to mind. And so I sent an email, thinking it was to the Light Board, to your clerk, Jake Valancourt, who directed me that the appropriate person I should ask is Chris Crawford. So I addressed those questions to them, and what I'm going to do to keep this succinct is I'm going to read you the 3 quotations from that op-ed that caught my attention, and then I'll read my comment or question on those 3 ones. The first one, quote, documented efforts to date have included reviews and guidance by representatives from the Commonwealth environmental agencies, our consultant, town manager, HMLP and DPW personnel, and other town staff. And my question to that was, which I have since amended, was I'm wondering if perhaps the Light Board and public attendees could hear directly from the specific HMLP personnel that have offered their reviews and guidance on the proposed new joint municipal DPW and HML building. And then I amended that recently to say I would strongly recommend that the Light Board get the professional opinions from the current operations manager and assistant manager on the proposed dual facility. The second thing that caught my eye and mind was, quote, another public meeting is planned and still part of this fiscal year's grant, and another is included in the scope and as part of the deliverables of the next grant phase. Basically, and I asked, I'm wondering if perhaps the Light Board and public attendees could learn more, when that was going to happen. Basically, that already happened. That was the June 10th joint meeting between Select and Light Board. And my third thing that caught my eye and mind, if it is determined that a joint facility does not meet the needs of the Light Department, then there is an opportunity for a project scope modification during the next grant phase. And my question on that was, excuse me, I'm wondering who will ultimately make this assessment and when it will be made. Whenever and by whomever it occurs, if the Hull Municipal Light Plant should exit or be removed from the current design plans in the final determination, then will that affect the extensive grant funding that has already been awarded and used? And if yes, then how will the Hull Municipal Light Plant's exiting from the proposed new dual facility impact grant funding already awarded and used and forthcoming new grants? And as you can see, and with his permission, I spoke to Chris Crawford. He said it was okay to share his email. I shared his answers to those 3 questions to you. So, but of particular concern, since 2 was answered, was I personally would love to hear the recommendations of our current operations manager and assistant manager on the proposed new facility. And I personally would love to know who ultimately makes the final assessment on, like, if the light plan is going to stay in this or not, and when that decision gets made. So.
Great.
Thank you.
I think those are important questions, Polly. I'm going to ask you if I could take that under advisement and we could scope this out at our next scheduled meeting. Maybe you could send me your questions in a letter format, and I'll try to direct them to the appropriate people.
Well, she had sent it to email, so I had gotten the email, so if you had gotten the email.
I was going to say, I believe I've already sent them.
I received one from Jake had forwarded
Okay.
it, so
Well,
you might want to look in your email box.
okay, let me do that. And I'll say that I think the best place to address these concerns would be at the next scheduled meeting, and we'll give you, we'll make that a topic for discussion. I'm interested in reading the CZM grant. Maybe I can glean some information from that. I'd like to sit down with the town manager, operations manager. If, you know, I believe there's just one person that talks for operations, and that's the light plant manager, because the assistant and the operations manager work for the light plant manager. So I would imagine that I would have to talk to them first before giving you a definite answer, but I believe that we could address most of your questions at the next meeting, and this will be a topic on it. Okay. Thank you. Yes, Dave.
David Irwin, Dunwoody. This has never been discussed, and I know you can't give me an answer tonight. When you build a $2.5 million garage or a $65 million new facility, what is that going to do to the tax rate and the electric rates? I don't know if there's any formula that you can come up with, but there has to be something for every $1 million. You got to raise the tax rate 50 cents or whatever. I don't know what it is, but there has to be some kind of a formula. I really like to know that too. You've got many projects on the books.
You know, I'm not sure that this is the committee or the board that can answer that question, but I'll look into that and maybe give you some kind of response, an intelligent response at the next meeting. I don't set the tax rates. We set the electric rates, but until we have an idea of what kind of debt we're looking at, it probably would be over considerable years, maybe a decade, on a joint facility. If we had to commit $20 million, it probably would be a decade, if not longer, before we could pay that down. But there's so many variables to that. If we get a grant, what that's going to pay for, so it's going to be.
I know you wouldn't be able to.
It's a rough question, but let me think about that, and then we can all.
How much? Is it a 50-50 deal? Light plant plays 50, 50 town, 50, I don't know.
Okay.
We don't have those answers, and we also don't have a true cost estimate, so I just want to be cautious about throwing a number out for a facility that hasn't been costed or estimated.
Okay. Thank you, Polly. Item 9, is that correct?
Yeah. Before we go to item 9, can I make a request about just requesting financial statements?
Sure.
Okay. I'll make sure to get a copy of this out to the board and a draft of minutes out to the board and the light plant manager, operations manager by close of business tomorrow. But before I read my motion, I want to explain why it exists, and I promise I kept this as brief as I could. So setting the plant's rates or the ratepayers' electric rates is the one duty that every reading of Chapter 164 And 14A in Hull's Town Charter itself agrees that belongs to the selected board. And no board can set rates responsibly without seeing the plant's actual cash position. And in my time on this board, I have not seen a single bank statement for the plant's accounts. The plant's own audited financial statements, which I've taken a closer look at as we're getting towards the end of the year, say that plant cash is commingled with town funds to the point that the plant's bank balances cannot be disclosed. So this motion asks for the underlying records themselves. It's drafted as a request, not a directive, and it provides a written path if any records does not exist or cannot be produced. And it sets a simple monthly routine going forward so that the board's access to its own financial information is no longer a question. And I'll now read the motion unless anybody has any comments.
Okay.
The only thing I would say, I don't know about the motion, but I'm just wondering how, if you deal with the issue of confidentiality regarding it.
Yeah, I get to that, and I think we have to talk about that.
So you're saying that all of our money's held in the town's account, bank account?
Well,
Or do you have a separate bank account for the lake plant?
what I said was that the audited financial statement has a statement in it that plant cash is commingled with town funds to the point that the plant's bank balance cannot be disclosed. And when I was reviewing it carefully, that's the first time I read that, and I was like, okay, it is what it is, but I want to understand that and try to wrap my mind around it. So that's why I came up with this.
That would be, so, but why did you ask us that question?
Why did I what?
Why wouldn't you have asked us that question, or the treasurer?
Well, I think it was December. I don't remember the woman's name, but Salvito, the auditor came on, right? Or auditors, sorry. We asked a lot of questions, and when I was reviewing this, sort of getting ready for our next round of DPU report, I caught that. I never caught that before. So I'll get to the motion. I think the motion makes it simpler for everybody. So I move that to discharge its rate-setting duty under Section 14A of Hull's Town Charter and its depreciation fund duties under GLC 164, Section 57, the board requests that the light plant manager provide to the board, through its clerk, by the board's next regular meeting, the following records for January 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2026. And I put these in letters A through I. So A, monthly statements as issued by the financial institution and not summaries or reformatted versions for every bank, depository, or investment account in the plant's name or held for its benefit, including the operating cash account, the depreciation fund, and any customer deposit account. B, for plant funds held in pooled or commingled town accounts, the monthly statements of each such account with the town's treasurer cash book entries and allocation schedules showing the plant's monthly share. C, monthly account or participant statements for all plant funds held by or through MWIC, including the purchased power working capital, rate stabilization, pension reserve, PASNY, and the OPEB trust funds. D, the monthly reconciliations of the plant's the plant's general ledger cash and fund balances to the records in A through C. E, a register of all transfers of plant's funds to or from the town or between the plant accounts showing the date, amount, purpose, authorizing official, and warrant or voucher reference. All with account numbers redacted and with rolling production permitted, calendar years 2026 and 2025 first. And further, F, if any record above does not exist or is not maintained, the manager provide by the same date a written statement identifying each such record, stating that fact, and identifying the records the town treasurer, MWIC, do maintain that contain the same information. G, if any record cannot be produced by that meeting, the manager provide the same date, a written status report stating the record, the reason, and a date certain for production. H, the manager thereafter provides the items in A through D monthly within 10 business days of receipt or preparation. That's the rolling basis, so we can get in the habit of this. And I, compliance appear as a standing item on the board's agenda until production is complete, sort of like our agenda parking lot. So I know that's a lot, and that's why I'll get it out to everyone tomorrow.
So you're not asking for a vote right now? Is that what you're saying?
No, I am asking for a vote now, but I think that all this exists and it's likely in some sort of report that exists or can be pulled pretty easily. Because we're not asking for audited financials from Salvito and Associates. Because when they put disclaimers like that on there, they're basically saying, we can't point to it because certain things are commingled, and I'm trying to resolve that.
Are you questioning the audit report?
No.
So what?
That,
Just
well,
after
when I was,
asking, what is the
when I
purpose?
was reviewing it, where it explained that the cash balance can't be determined and audited because they're commingled, I was surprised. And so I came up with this to try to, let's get the raw data and see if we can take a look at it and then get in a habit of looking at this monthly. I think it's prudent for, if we're to set the rates and understand where we are, understand what's going into the DPU reports, this will get us more into it. I understand it's boring, but that's the work that I think this board should be in the habit of doing. So that's why I brought it forward. And that's my motion.
Okay.
Well, I'll second it for discussion.
Sure, Steph.
I guess I would wish that you would put this in our packet in advance. I mean, when did you write this motion?
I wrote this motion tonight.
Okay.
So I know, I have a job, you have a job, we're busy.
No, but I guess it would be
Right.
easier to see it, look at it, digest it, read it again and again. I find it confusing. Don't we get financials?
Right, I would suggest that we put this on the agenda for August. I think that it'd be fair for everybody to look at it.
Sure.
Generally speaking, I don't have a problem with the motion necessarily, but I think that, it's 3 minutes of looking up, hearing it, so I just think that it should be, so I would ask a friendly amendment that we table it to August so that you could send out the,
Sure.
to everybody.
Okay. I would do that. I think it's worthy, definitely consideration, and we can continue the discussion. And by that time, the Play manager will have an opportunity to look at it and I think be able to respond to it.
And she might
It's a
be able
lot
to
of
come up with.
information ahead of it at one time, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And I
Okay.
think,
So if you could forward that to us?
Oh, yeah, I'll get
Okay.
So
draft unapproved minutes out tomorrow and I'll,
I move that we
Highlight.
table that
Okay.
to be an item agenda for August.
I second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you, Jake.
We have a lot in the parking lot.
It's been 4 hours, has it?
Yep.
I would say we have, I think, one important item here that I'd like to cover is the executive session. And I think we can probably dispatch that relatively quickly in executive session. I would prefer that we take item 9 and roll that over to next month.
Do you think we should just keep an agenda item, parking lot on the agenda so that they're there and as we add and subtract, people can see where we're at?
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Sounds
Would that-
easy enough.
Would that be okay if we
That's fine.
defer? Okay,
Scrub area.
alrighty.
So, are we going into executive session?
Sure. We're going to go into executive session. Okay, let's see.
Public input?
What'd you say?
Public input? No?
I think everyone,
Public waited,
Yeah.
you never know.
I think we got it.
You're going back into public session?
no. No, no, Pat.
Nice to see you, Pat. I'm sorry I didn't see you the other day.
Okay, as in the final item of business, the board will,
Did you add me into your phone?
in open session, take up a possible motion to enter an executive session for proposed to discuss strategy with respect to litigation involving Spinnaker Island
Would you like to close it?
under GL 30A, Section 21A, Clause 3, and open meeting having the potential of a detrimental effect on the board's litigating position, which the chair will so declare. Entry requires a roll call vote recorded in the minutes. The chair will state that the board will not reconvene in open session, and the board will adjourn from executive session. Okay, so roll call vote. Aye, Burns.
Aye, Chicarello.
Aye, Valencourt.
Okay, excellent. So executive session?
You need to wait, Tom, for staff to come in and...
Oh, sure.
Come on in, John.